It's not matches.
Did these two passwords match? Those two did?
Well, it should have been.
Oh,
I don't same thing.
Not signed in.
I don't know if it's
Here, wait. Log in. I wasn't logged in.
Oh, you're fine, you're fine. We can do
I've
that.
logged in 3 times already.
We can do it after.
Change the new password to something slightly different.
Like I said, I double checked, I said, took type code, did, the whole thing went through the agenda.
Okay, so
I bring it in
see
here
what
for some reason.
where you're at now.
It comes up, pops up
See.
stuff that is crazy. Let's see. I was gonna try something, I did last time. I saw it here, so then I looked it over.
So when I do this, I'll look and make sure everybody understands those minutes have not been approved.
This one?
Well, but I don't think the agenda will just affect that.
But anyway.
So we will.
I try and control all the
We'll
leads.
just go through here explaining that.
Your password one more time now.
Well, some
Because it got rid of that one
Yeah,
password for
explain
some reason.
that time if they don't, I don't think we should.
And then we just right here.
No, I think it's down here. Where,
Okay, now just do the two new passwords. They're the same.
right there. It was over here. This one. And this is the one that the minutes have.
Yeah,
So that's where we'll,
yeah.
that makes sense?
Yeah.
So that's the new one, not.
And confirm.
Wait, and then, yeah, do that.
Took me a minute.
And-
Yeah, it's just as well as everything. I think it was just
Yeah,
everything.
but the agenda will be the same, it's just that item will be
Okay.
moved contingent of. All right, so how we doing?
Everybody's like,
Password didn't
sure.
change, okay.
I'll write it down, because if you're like me, you'll forget the password.
I got it. Okay.
One time I forgot my password, it took Josh 3 minutes. He was in the 6th grade, I think.
Control all the leads seems to work.
So are we ready?
I'm ready.
All righty. I'll call this workshop to order at 6:06, and I don't have the right thing up here. I'm so sorry. I was looking at regular meeting. All right, so the workshop session is called to order, and we're going to be discussing abandoned and dilapidated buildings. And what was that? I guess it says the presenter is me. What this work session's about is we have this tremendous problem with abandoned and dilapidated buildings. And in the past, the city has tried to deal with them. And they've actually done some amazing work in that way, but all they've done is enrich the property owners by getting rid of the buildings, the inability to put the liens on and such like that. So DeBarry has been talking about and working to come up with some ordinance that will allow us to actually take care of that. We have approached that through WHAM. We have asked for a resolution that they put to the legislature, and so far, since I'm on the Legislative Leadership Committee, I can tell you that that hadn't happened. Nothing's happening there, so we're going to have to do it on our own. The thoughts were to come up with an ordinance that works, that allows us to do these sort of things on a health, safety, and welfare type situation, and just see where it lands us. Councilman Martinez?
Just to give you a little bit of background on this, years ago, and I don't know how long ago it was, but it was quite a bit, we put together an ordinance, and the city acted on that ordinance, and it was challenged, and we lost. And we lost on the basis that we violated the constitutional rights of the property owners, based on the fact that we went and cleaned up the property and hauled it off to the landfill. And even though, well, anyway, we did that. So then we dropped it for a long time. We hadn't been doing anything with it. Well, now that we have a few of these buildings still, I had talked to the previous attorney, and she said, well, we got in trouble over this one. And I said, yes, we did. But if we change the language to just say, because of the health, safety, and welfare of the community, we don't agree with, we want to do something about it. So we need to write an ordinance to that effect. Whether it would be challenged or not, I don't know, but if it is, then we can go back to the constituents and say, look, we're trying. We just didn't come up with an attack on these old buildings, but we wanted to get something done, get a message to the property owners and let them know that we're serious about trying to clean up our town. And so that's pretty much where it's at. I think it's the way to go. I just really do. I just think that if we wrote something to that effect or got an ordinance to that effect, then we could send it off to the property owners. And in one case, I think the property owners were even out of town or out of state. That's, I don't know where they're at on that. They'd have to do that, but I think it's the way to go. And I'd really think we need to pass something like this.
We have several buildings that, well, here's another way to look at these abandoned buildings too, and many of you heard me say this before, but I'll say it again, that whether it's an abandoned, whether it's in a vacant building, it's not being used, it's closed up, they're not paying water, they're not paying sewer, they're not, really generating any sales tax, any of that, but they're using services. If somebody would break in, they would want the cops to respond. If it would be, God forbid, catch on fire, they would want the fire department to, well, wait a minute. I mean, they would want the fire department to respond. So, and there's not 20 feet of snow on top of any of these buildings. They've used our sewers. So they are using services. And so recognizing that, as well as if that Pink Motel caught on fire, it would definitely be a health, safety, and welfare situation. Half the people in town would be in unbelievable smoke. It's in proximity to our the senior center, the senior living housing. I mean, this is a real problem in this community. I will also tell you why I don't have faith that WHAM is going to help us. Very frustrating to me. The first time I got that list of resolutions that we all voted on in Cheyenne, we sent 2 resolutions to them. One passed, one did not. They were both marked off the list. And of course, I called and reminded them very nicely that it was off the list, and they told me I was a lot nicer than Pete, the guy in Cheyenne, but it's like it disappeared. So yeah, it's back on the list. At that time, I asked them, because I also know if we're going to get some laws passed statewide that will take care of these issues, that if you go and say Rollins has this problem, you're not going to get very far. But if you go to the legislature and point out that half your towns or whatever do, it will really speed things along and help get the right things done. So I asked them to send out a questionnaire with 3 questions. Do you have this problem in your town or city? If you do, what have you done about it, and what were the results? hopefully to figure out that if somebody's having some success, maybe we can copy them or just gather information. I called about a month and a half later and asked them, if they've sent that out, knowing they hadn't, because our city didn't receive one. And they, of course, it was not their fault, it was the other guy's fault, and it wasn't his fault because the other guy was gone that day, so it was his fault. And so anyway, I tried to be very persuasive to get them to do that. They haven't done that. So that just tells me we're not going to accomplish anything through that organization. At the same time, I still think it's really important for us to get that survey done, send it out. I think at the next meeting, I'll bring a letter and we can perfect it and then send it out. I talked to Daryl, with Councilman Garner, and he's, he gets the same emails I've got. So he's got the emails to all these various towns, and we'll just do it ourselves. And of course, not all towns will respond, but the ones that have the problem and are passionate about it will respond. So we'll take that approach on that.
One thing, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with what you said. The way that system works is you go through the resolution committee. Once it passes there, then it goes outside the resolution committee to all the communities and they take a vote on that particular resolution, and then it goes from there. It would go to the board. Then the board goes through it, and then they either send it to the legislature or not. I'm curious to find out why it stopped, and I didn't make the last day of the WHAM conference, because usually I do. I'll sit in on the different votes on the different resolutions, but it's kind of funny why it would just stop there. Why wouldn't they? It's being that the resolution committee is made up of other communities and they all supported it. You would think it would have went somewhere, and been some argument on the floor or something.
One did,
But
though.
I still think that the first step, and I agree with what you're saying, but the first step is to try to get an ordinance written. Because I think, at least my opinion is that we want to do something about this. And then once we get that ordinance passed, and we can send some letters out to these people. In the meantime, we could check with other communities and see if they have the same problem. And I'm sure they do, because I usually sit on tables where I don't know anybody at these conferences and visit with them. And one table I sat with, they were totally in favor of it. They said they had quite a few buildings that they needed to clean up. So anyway, that's where I am on that.
Councilman Weisenberg.
So I did sit through the resolution committee meeting there too, when it was voted and passed there. And I do remember the discussion in other towns, that was representing there said they had the exact same problem. So, and they were happy to help out with that. So maybe it is something we just reach out to the communities and find out this way, but move ahead with an ordinance. I don't know what can be done, but if they're using services, as far as fire and sewer and police, with patrolling that, is there a fee we could set in there to, set that up? But I think the problem with the fee didn't it become a negative debt to the city at that time when they don't pay it? I think that was one of the discussions on that, and that was what the resolution was about, to be able to be recognized as a lien holder on it, and stuff too.
I think what you're referring, I think you're right about that we could, I think the discussion went, let me back up a little bit. It passed the resolution committee, and then it did pass the membership committee. So then it goes to the board, where I don't think they're doing anything. Personally, I'm really disappointed in how that works. But I think what you're talking about, Councilman, is that we did talk about, what if we did put a fee on that building? What if we did come up with that and we send them a bill, and next month it's twice as much, and 3 months from now it's 3 times as much, and they never pay it, and we don't have the ability to put a lien on it? It's fruitless. So I guess I'm going to start asking questions now. Is there any possibility that we can pass an ordinance that will allow us to protect the neighbors to these nasty things, Kathy?
Well, I think you currently have adopted the uniform code for abatement of dangerous buildings.
Yep.
And while Louis and I were talking about it, I mean, it's a technical ordinance. And you have various steps, but you can accomplish what you're talking about. And what the end result is, and there are a couple of points at which you file notices on the land records that you have begun this process, and there are numerous opportunities for due process. When you notice to the property owner their opportunity to challenge what you're doing. And the end result is when you finally either repair or demolish the building, you can't, oh, I'm sorry. You then have another process, again with the hearing, where Louis brings a bill, here's the itemized statement of the expenses. You have a hearing, and then you, as the process actually was a little different than what I had anticipated. I thought perhaps you would file a lien, but what happens is you have a choice. You can decide that it's either going to be a personal debt of the owner of the property, that's one choice, or the second choice is you make an assessment against the real property. And that assessment then goes to the county assessors, and it gets added on to their tax bill. And so they pay the money through the county treasurer. You look just like I did when I was reading that to you.
Well, the reason it sounds so simple, but the reason I'm looking kind of surprised at, well, and process doesn't bother me at all because, I mean, it's been going on for 20 years, another whatever it takes, but just being able to get on that path. But I think the city went through most of that, and then when they went to apply the lien, so there's a little bit of homework maybe, I don't know, Kathy, but we did 6 properties, the city did, or something to that effect, and spent like $60,000 tearing these houses down, went to the county clerk to put liens on them, and they were disallowed to put the lien on them. So I don't know whether I wasn't here, I don't know, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know if the process
I think they were disallowed. It was my understanding that we put the lien on it, but the counties, and I mean all the counties in the state, they refused to collect the money.
Oh, the assessor wouldn't collect the money?
No.
It wasn't recognized as what
On
she
that
had said
lien.
before. They don't
So
recognize
we
it.
did have an option. The city could try to collect the money, and go through a collection agency and all this type of thing. Because I remember the collection agency coming to our council meeting and visiting with us.
Because
And I have heard that some other communities have tried to do the exact same thing, and they did recognize the lien.
and you went to county.
Yes.
And
And so,
we probably need to go talk to Renee and say, Renee, here's what the ordinance says. Is there any reason that if the city goes through this process that we can't do that? And it will.
I know in
Well, I wonder-
Evanston, they were successful doing that. That's where the lawyer for Wham lives.
And I just wonder if when we enforced the ordinance, and then of course the property owners challenged it. I don't know the court procedure, but they challenged it and they won. We lost, the city did. So we had to reimburse them for some damages that we did. So I'm thinking that just maybe when we went to the county about these other buildings, liens on these other buildings, that they said, well, gosh, it the
If
court,
Felix is nervous.
yeah, that they decided they didn't want to. Maybe that was the reason, I don't know, but I still think that changing the ordinance to address health, safety, and welfare of the community versus going to after them for the building to tear it down or whatever.
And that's how you get to the point of a nuisance.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
is the health, safety, and welfare.
Yeah.
But we can, we're gonna be at the courthouse tomorrow meeting with Gwen. So, I mean, we can stop by and see Renee, because, like I said, when I read your ordinance, it was, the collection mechanism was different than what I had expected it to
Okay.
be. And we can just visit with them to see if they would recognize that.
Yeah.
The other option, because I mentioned that you have two options, you either have an assessment, which then goes to the assessor, at least on paper, in your ordinance, is that you have it be a personal debt. And if it's a personal debt, then how that gets enforced is you then have to file a civil action in district, depending on the dollar amount, either in circuit court if it's 50,000 or less, or district court if it's more than that. You get a judgment against the individual, and then that becomes a lien on their property, which you then foreclose. But that just adds another layer of legal proceedings. And probably with the court dockets the way they are, you're looking at another year unless they are in default, like in this case that you brought down.
I guess my thinking was if we could introduce an ordinance of that effect and get it passed, and then give notice to the property owners, they themselves will come to the city, probably through the manager's office, saying, hey, look, we disagree with this ordinance, or we want to talk to you about it, or at least get them to the table so we could visit with them. We haven't done that, and apparently we don't get any response from them whenever we let them know that we're interested in doing something.
Well, am I correct in saying this, that there is an ordinance, we just haven't enforced it?
You have an ordinance. It was adopted.
Is it, can it be better? I don't know how to ask the questions
And, no,
differently.
I understand what you're saying. All abatement of dangerous building ordinances are going to be technical. And by technical, I mean they're going to have steps that you have to follow. They're going to provide opportunities for due process, and they're going to take some time. The advantage of using a uniform code is that you're not out there winging it, making up a whole new process. You've got the backing of the international board that comes up with these uniform codes. And there's a comfort level in having something that is established out there instead of winging it on your own. While the process is technical, again, I didn't think, once I read through it and outlined it, I didn't think it was that bad a process. It's just that once you make up your mind, you're going to do it, that you have a problem building, that you send Lewis out there to make the inspection, and if they don't let you come in on the request, you go get your administrative search warrant. Once you've decided you've started down that path, then you have to follow through in an efficient and timely manner instead of letting them languish. And that's the languishing is what I see as the problem. It's easy because there's so many other things that you need to do to let things take second place or third place or fourth place or fifth place. And that's how you end up with one that with no challenges, essentially, can have been around for 4 or 5.
Well, something must have gone wrong because in the past, we went down, we tagged all the buildings. If you go by there, you'll see them, each one of those apartments are tagged. So, and then there was a discussion about, it was loaded with asbestos and it was gonna cost buku dollars to clean it up. And that in itself would be a health safety thing because,
And expensive.
yeah, and expensive on top of that. So I don't know why it stopped. It stopped after we tagged it and nothing's being done there. Just,
Probably because it was just the cost of demolition. It's just, one, if you could find a contractor, because if there's asbestos, you are limited, I think I'm right on, you're limited in terms of who can actually do those removals, and you're limited in terms of where that can be disposed. And so it.
but I guess we're saying that we're not going in to remove asbestos. We're asking the owners. That's their responsibility. And if they don't want to do it, then they got to answer to whatever our ordinance says, whether it be the Uniform Building Code or what. We need to get an answer back from the owners. That's my take on that.
Councilman Weisenberg and then Lewis.
Can I get that ordinance number?
Sure, it's, if you look in, it's in chapter 15.24, and it is, section, it's section 15.24.090. And what the ordinance does is it incorporates by reference of the adoption of the Uniform Code for Abatement of Dangerous Buildings. And Lynn has a copy of it in her office.
But the problem is like, for instance, there are certain buildings we probably could go through the procedure, end up with a lien on them, execute the lien. If we ended up owning them, it might be worth owning. How do I put it? They might be worth enough to have paid to get rid of the asbestos. Like one of the properties, the pink one I keep talking about, I don't know what getting rid of the asbestos in there would cost, but I do believe that piece of property would be worth more than that.
And the difference between how your current ordinance provides for enforcement, if you declare that it's a personal debt and you then go through the steps of you sue them, you get a judgment, and then you execute on that, then you can end up with the property. If you have it be an assessment, assuming that the assessor would be agreeable to putting it on the assessment rolls, it gets collected just like property taxes. And if the person doesn't pay their property taxes, then it gets sold by the county at the tax sale. And so somebody else ends up with the property rather than the city. I mean, that's.
But we would get paid.
You'd get paid. That's right.
'Cause, I mean, it isn't, no, I don't think anybody's
Yeah,
wanting
yeah,
to
yeah.
do a money-making deal here. It's just a matter of how to improve the safety of the city without taking the money out of the citizens' pockets to do it with. The people that own the property should pay it, or we should be in a position to recoup that money. So it's your belief that we've arrived?
That's an oversimplification, but you do have a tool. I mean, you have an ordinance.
Well, maybe we just
It's
need to
And I think Lewis, though, can
proceed.
Lewis can address the practice. I mean, it's one thing for me to read what the process is, and here's what the steps, and now you have an ordinance that's not out there. I mean, has some history and some credibility behind it because it's a uniform code. But Lewis could probably speak better to the practical aspects of how hard it is to do one of these.
It's a very lengthy process. We get the whether it's the initial call that this is a dangerous building, and by the time we do our ROG, we find out who owns the building. On that document, we'll find out how much money is owed with that piece of property. So if we talk about the budget we've got documentation for the asbestos removal, it's over 500,000. And the ROG that we had the last time was over 500,000. So right there, you're $1 million starting off negative. And that the asbestos report that was done, that was just for the stuff that was visible. So when they get into it and they pull up the carpet and there's 8x8 tiles, you're going to have more there. So once you open that can of worms, you don't know what you're going to get. So the process is we get a call that this building is dangerous. It's got, say, electrical issues. If they let us in, we'll go in and look. If they don't, then we would apply for an administrative search warrant, which we would take an officer with us to serve that warrant. Go in and look. And in the meantime, we're taking down other notes on what else we notice.
So that, is this ordinance that we have, was it the ordinance that we used to clean up some property that we went to court on? I guess my thinking is that, and I don't know this, I'm not an attorney and I don't even try to be, but what I'm saying is that when I went to city attorney and got a phone call back and said, well, the last time we did this, we got ourselves in trouble. And then my answer to her was, yeah, we got ourselves in trouble, but I'm not saying we ought to do the same thing. We're not going to go down there with our bulldozer. We probably didn't follow procedure, and that might have got us in trouble.
Well,
But there's a difference between, I think there is, a difference between physically removing properties, material and stuff, than there is challenging on the health, safety, and welfare based on this asbestos that's laying in there. Is there a difference in that? Is that covered in this code, health, safety, and welfare?
It is, I mean, that is part of the standard.
Huh. Maybe the city just didn't follow procedure back then, and that's why we got in trouble.
And I noticed that the last time, let's see, and I can tell by looking at 1524090, I can tell that the last time, it was amended in 1998, and it was amended again in 2005, and it was amended in 2012.
Okay.
And is the case that you're talking about have to do with a landfill or
It had to do with removing, I understand this, I think, you'd have to look up the court case, but it's my understanding it was challenged on the basis of removing material from property that we violated the constitutional right of these, and both are deceased, so I feel a little comfortable
because
talking
I think I
about it.
know which case you're talking about. Then
Yeah.
I can check that to answer your question. Was it a matter that it was a problem with the ordinance, or was it a problem with
How we handled it.
how you handled it?
Yeah.
And because there's a big
So anyway,
distinction.
that's- I guess my looking at was trying to get an ordinance, get things moving along so that we can that we're not just talking up here and about a problem, that we're trying to address this problem. And one way would be to rewrite an ordinance, but you're saying we don't really need one because we got one.
Yeah, you may just need to tell them, there's a new sheriff in town, our expectations are different, our goals, you've expressed them in your strategic plan, and we just want to give you fair warning. But no, the purpose of this ordinance, it says it's to provide a just, equitable, and practical method, and I'm skipping some words, whereby buildings or structures which may from any cause endanger the life, limb, health, moral, safety,
Okay.
property, or welfare of the general public or the occupants may be required to be repaired.
So it pretty much covers it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's one other approach too, and that is, I was told in Colorado, this thing of the vacant building not generating, but using services that there, and I don't know what towns or wherever, but I guess there are towns down there that charge a monthly fee for those basic services. So if we have a building that, you know, really doesn't need tore down, but it's unoccupied and not really taken care of and not generating, you know, a good thing for the city. Any vacant building is not good for the city. It invites crime and on and on. They charge a fee. Is there also an approach like that we might be able to take?
We'd have to look at that. I do know that there are sometimes tiered charges. And by tiered, I mean based on whether they are occupied or not, just based exactly on that theory that even though they may be vacant, they still consume some services. And I know that when we had property in Arizona, because we were part-time residents, we had to pay a higher rate because we weren't there to help generate money into the economy, but we were still consuming services. That was the rationale. And so that's something we can look into. Is there some way to provide a revenue stream to address the services that are being consumed?
I'd like that to happen. Councilman Weisenberg was next.
So on this, it was last amended on 9/4 of 2012. Is that the current dangerous building code for the international code?
On the 97, I brought that question up to the ICC on one of my seminars, and they're following the International Property Maintenance Code. And this was brought up to our legal attorney previously, and she was going to look at it. So it basically has the same stuff. that-
We adopt that.
Yes, this is adopted.
That's adopted through the city. So when
Yes,
they
yes.
amended it in 2012, we amended our ordinance, even though that's still in our ordinance. The code is in the ordinance, but we have another portion of that ordinance that we amended, maybe the wording somebody didn't like, or they changed it. I think that's what took place.
Councilman Weisenberg has something to say.
So that's kind of where I'm going with this, right? If it was amended, the last time it was amended is in 2012. If that has been updated, obviously since then, it looks like a 2018 copy. If there's word changes and stuff like that, that we need to go forward and amend this to bring it current, right? And look at everything within this. I mean, I think that's we should look at doing that to bring it up to date.
Yeah, I see that. It depends on what the 2018 calls for, whether we want to adopt that or not, because some of them are, not every
yeah.
place in the United States adopts like UBC codes that are current, like, well, Arizona, they're in 2012, and they won't, they don't agree with the newer code stuff, so they didn't adopt it.
I'm just
But
look at it.
But I mean, we should look at
Yeah.
it, but that's another subject, because I really want to study these. I wouldn't want to adopt these so that, I wouldn't want to adopt these in case we don't want them to satisfy the other thing, is what I'm saying. Just a minute, Sean, and then Dabari.
Question for Councilman Murphy. It seems like if we're going through this huge process just to acquire the property, basically the end goal, if we were asked these property owners, hey, just give us this property as is, you know that there's millions of dollars of, we want to just ask them to take it over rather than, that's my,
That's exactly what I was gonna say. That is this ordinance that we got enough that we could send a letter to the property owners and saying, we're looking into this problem.
Or give it to us.
Well, I don't know if we would wanna,
I think a lot
The
of
value
times,
of that property, I don't think they just give it to us.
Well, the value of the property is minus $1 million. And, I mean, that we know of, and it could be more, so it's kind of like buying your grandson
I'd like to hear
a
from
pony for Christmas. Councilman Wells?
I think a lot of times those people hold on to those properties though for a tax write-off. And that's why they've
Well,
held on to them and not done anything with them.
Well, and a lot of them have liens on them, and so they hang on to them because they don't have the money to pay them off. The other thing is when we acquire them, where would we be with those liens? Would those lenders just be out of luck, or would we be beholden to the lenders?
Which, if you go to them and say, deed it to us, give it to us, then you take it to, subject to any problems in the title. Meaning that if there's already liens on it, then you could have to cough up the money to pay the lien.
We'd be beholden, okay.
Let's see in here.
So if we go through this process, we could have it turned over to us without the.
Without the liens.
That doesn't make sense though. I mean, because, and it says lien of the assessment. It says after you put it on here. Assessment shall be liens against the loans or purchase. The lien shall be subordinate to all expenses. And it, although it does say, at least in your ordinance, that the assessment lien shall be paramount to all other liens except for state, county, and property taxes.
So as far as the ordinance is concerned, the lien would fall off.
It would be ahead of those, yes.
Our lien would be ahead of those liens.
That's what
So
it
if there
says.
was a foreclosure type thing by the city done on that,
That means then they have to pay, yeah,
they could come pay that
redeem it, yes.
or whatever.
That's what the ordinance says.
When we talk about long process, let's just say that we decided to do that today and we started today. Are we talking a year, 5 years, 10 years?
Well, if all the paperwork's in place, you'd be looking a year and a half to 2 years just to get where you want to go with it.
That ain't bad. I mean, it's horrible, but that ain't bad.
A lot better than where we were.
Yeah.
I guess my question was, and I don't know if it was answered, based on the ordinance that we already have, we should be able to send letters out to these property owners, telling them what our problem is and what we'd like to see done. See if we get any response from them, because I haven't been to a meeting where somebody's gotten up and say, hey, we have it and we still want it, or whatever. I'd like to hear from this. I understand one of them is back east somewhere, a real estate company. And I'm sure they'll have attorneys that'll send you a letter right back and say, this is how we feel. But I'd like to get something done like that. And that's kind of a direction for the staff.
Yes?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes?
Yes.
Is it okay if I talk real quick? I'm having a hard time hearing Jabari and,
I'll speak.
Go ahead, Daryl.
I'm gonna go ahead and talk. All right, thanks. I was just thinking, is there a way, another idea we could use, kind of like the EDA did for downtown businesses, where they got money to redo the fronts of their stores, their buildings. Do we have the new economic developer and grant writer work together with the owners that have the dangerous buildings and develop a plan to remove dangers such as the structures? Either completely mitigate the issue, go to resell with the property, or infrastructure. So like, make that part of the deal. If, if we help you remove all this and the property is ready for resale or the building and property to be kind of
Sean's first.
that way. What this will do is it will avoid that lengthy process if we have to go to court with any other issue, and it'll build up that kind of like the DDA did, that trust with the economic developer and with other individuals that become into this. I would say most of these people didn't plan on having asbestos and having a $500,000 project just to remove it, or that's so. Anyway, that's all.
Thanks, Daryl. Sean?
Andrew, no one wants to leave your thunder here. You want to come up and tell them what? We're going to wait for the council meeting, but I think, yeah, please.
The brown
For
fruit.
that conversation.
Okay, well, I have some exciting opportunities for the city that include 2 fundings for brownfield sites. The first 2 grants pertain to the dilapidated and vacant brownfield sites that we've been discussing that would address the I-80 corridor going from this part of town to the exit part of town, as well as the 3 sites in the downtown area. And also looking at the floodplain, because we get extra points on the grant if we're studying floodplain areas as well. That potential floodplain would, if it had dilapidated sites in it as well, that would earn us the points towards getting the grant. The first grant would pay for the assessments, like the gentleman was just saying, to identify, study, and prepare these properties for future cleanup, reuse through economic development measures, and revitalization through citizen-driven advisory committees, potential partnering with Wyoming Helps, Chamber of Commerce, Tourism Bureau, Downtown Development Authority, real estate developers, and investors. The grant would allow us to do a community needs assessment, which will provide us with information necessary for planning purposes on the grant, but also other future grants. The creation of a citizens advisory board, which is part of the particular grant that I'm talking about, would engage citizens in redevelopment and garner trust through the strategic plan goals. Additionally, it would help us meet other strategic planning goals to prioritize beautification of the city, which includes the strategic plan, increased efforts to clean up abandoned dangerous buildings that are an eyesore and represent a liability for the city, leverage code enforcement as a beautification tool, like you were talking about, improve attractiveness of city entryways and properties, strengthen business through recruitment, retention, and expansion of commerce and sustainable growth, begin to prepare the properties to be shovel-ready, reduce the number of unused brownfield properties, an eventual increase in Saxtel's revenue, workforce, diversity of goods and services available in the city, and potential for low-income housing properties in partnership with investors and community organizations driven by the results of our community needs assessment. The following assessments would be paid for, which is, I believe, what the councilman on the phone was talking about. First, it would pay for a site reuse assessment to identify potential reuse needs and barriers specific to those sites for development, so that we can develop a range of sustainable reuse options for marketing to the city. The second assessment would include a land use assessment to learn about regulatory opportunities, using LU, of course, and redevelopment, so we know what we are working with through knowing permittable uses for each brownfield property that we identify through the assessment. The third would include a market assessment, which allows us to become familiar with the real estate needs, trends, how to prioritize site disposition based on the viability of the sites economically, and how to prioritize site disposition based on which ones we feel like we can clean up and prioritize the most successfully in what order, based on a number of the market viability results. It would also look at this infrastructure evaluation, looking at what resources are already there that we could use to market as far as water, sewer, other amenities that exist in a lot of these sites already. The community needs assessment would be huge for us in terms of other grant writing, to get this grant to pay for it, but to drive a lot of information. There hasn't been one done since 2018, and that was mostly in conjunction with the hospital. And this we could use as a city tool to engage citizen trust, get citizens involved in an advisory committee, and really have a tool to start building other grants based on what the community is saying it wants and needs. This would also give us a reuse vision through the development of 3D tools like, the buildings that you see when they're building a hospital, or a PowerPoint to present to potential investors. It would also include money for a revitalization plan to synthesize reuse feasibility structure, cost hazards presented, and design concepts reflecting the community input by taking into account zoning and land use regulations and environmental considerations. And then the final thing would be site disposition strategy, which would use the skills of engineers, real estate professionals, insurance consultants, economic development director, Lou as a community development director, for repositioning and disposing of those properties. This is a huge benefit to those people that own this property, because we would be doing a lot of the upfront work for them to understand what it's going to take to revitalize their site, give us information as the city if that's the site we want to own. Maybe we don't want to own it, So that would give us a lot of information. But basically, it would reposition us to revitalize this community. There would be 2 big community events, one downtown for the 3 buildings downtown, and then one for the corridor to celebrate this revitalization and bring citizens in to talk about what they want to see for their community. The second grant dealing with brownfield assessment sites is that grant, is for $500,000. A match is not required, but the salaries of certain people involved in the project would be used as in-kind to show them that we're invested in putting our time towards this and our money towards this in terms of salaries. But it doesn't require a cash match. And that's due December 1st. The second one is a brownfield cleanup grant, which would allow us to take a city-owned property, and the one that we've talked about, of course this is the council's determination, is the property that's, what's the address, the one by Ichiban? The one that we looked at today. Jason and I looked at today. That motel, it had the window broken out.
13 something.
Nice and Pine. It's a weird looking hotel, but it's 1 block off the thoroughfare, and the city already owns it. And what I've seen both times I've driven by with Lou and Jason is the code enforcement officers out there, they're putting new windows in, the doors have been broken in. It's a continuous attractive nuisance to teenagers who might get hurt in the property, and to people of the homeless population who are looking for shelter for the night. And the city owns that. So that's something we really want to prioritize getting cleaned up. This particular grant would make it shovel ready for development. It would meet the city's strategic plan to clean up dilapidated buildings, reduce a vacant building in town, support beautification efforts, and hopefully provide, through the redevelopment of it, low-income housing for taking care of the disparity of salaries in this community. There's really the haves and the have-nots. Provide safe, clean housing for vulnerable populations like seniors that live near that area, or children, who are playing in brownfield sites, and help single parents in the communities potentially have an option for low-income housing. Myra and I went to a meeting they were talking about potential community needs assessments being done, and we'd like to work in partnership with them and help use their resources to do this. But one of the big things that was identified, and Jason was there as well, was the need for housing. And I know I was challenged when I came here to find something I could afford and that I could move into. Things were gone like that and expensive. And I'm hearing, just being out in the community trying to listen to what this community needs is, 2 and 3 families housing up in a 2-bedroom house because they can't either afford or they can't find housing to live in. And I just, listening to the community, that's what I hear over and over and over again since I've been here, is low-income housing is a priority need. So we could turn that property into that. It's zoned for residential. It's not zoned for commercial use.
Councilman?
I agree with everything you're saying, especially when the property belongs to the city already. That's one thing. But this particular property that we're talking about, we're talking lots and lots of money.
I know.
And me personally, I don't feel it's property owners in the community that ought to be getting this, people that own that property, fixing it up just to benefit them. I have a problem with that.
I understand that.
There's a difference between what they did downtown. Downtown, they put the facade in, but the owners of the buildings paid so much of that, and that's why we're able to get it done.
I see.
But in this case, where we would come in with a grant and start working on cleaning up the asbestos and all this at a cost to the property owner or to the citizens of Rollins, I don't think that's right.
Well,
That's what I got out of it.
So, the grant the second one that Andrew's talking about would be for our building.
That's right.
You
Yes,
But the first thing she's talking about is doing an assessment on a lot of the.
and I agree with that.
Yep.
I agree, yeah, we
Yeah, so
we
we're
need to
not-
know
we're not doing,
where the problem is
Yeah.
by having this assessment, I understand
Yeah.
that. But when we're talking about a huge problem like we have, and the amount of monies we're talking about,
Mhm.
I guess my take is to find out what the property owners would like to do. What is their say?
And that would be a big portion of this grant, is finding those things out and finding if they would be willing to use it for something else. But also, it's not going to pay for the asbestos removal. It's going to tell us how much it's going to cost to do that. So that a potential investor would say, oh, I like this property. I could see really rebuilding this into something. But how much is it going to cost me to get into it? Or how much is it going to cost the owner to get out of it?
Okay, and I was thinking that we did this at one time because they came and gave us a report of how much the asbestos removal was, the cost, right off the bat.
Yeah.
I ain't counting the broken windows and all this other stuff that go
Yeah.
with it.
And this would take care of 10 properties. It could take care of more, but through the grant, we have to study and assess 10 properties. And Lou and I drove through town and we identified easily 7 sites on the thoroughfare. And then the 3 properties downtown, the Strand Theater, what are the names of the other 2 that we drove by?
It was the building here on the corner of Fifth and Cedar.
The Ferguson,
Yeah.
And there was
that
one more.
belongs to the county.
Yeah,
Okay,
We could probably strong arm them into taking care of their building.
yeah.
I'm sure they
Yeah.
would, just.
I just like this grant because it gives us a roadmap of knowledge of what to do, what should we, if we can prioritize. And if we know what the cost is, if they want to turn it over, we just know what to go after first, basically.
And one of the big problems. that we
Chris
have
was,
is
I'm
it's
sorry,
just a-
Chris is next. He's been holding his hand up.
No, I want to say thank you because just an assessment on those properties like that and to be able to have a no matching grant to do that, there's no cost to the citizens at that point, and it would potentially put an evaluation out for what the needs of our community is and set them property owners in the right way so we don't have the dilapidated buildings. Maybe there is a 300 or a $500,000 or $1 million investment that they could make into that property at that point in time, but all we're doing is giving them an assessment and a tool to help out and maybe push them that way too. So I do
Build
like
some
that
momentum.
idea.
Yeah.
Build
Thank you.
momentum towards.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I guess the other thing was looking at
Just a minute,
assisted
Darryl.
living. Assisted living is
Okay.
one big discussion that we've had in this community for a long, long time. And I know there was some people that got together and kind of formed a little committee and were talking about it. And it kind of just dropped. And I think it was because of the availability of property.
And money,
Property.
and money.
And
Okay, next, Daryl, or Councilman Garner, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You're fine.
You're Daryl on the screen, so. Go ahead.
If I'm hearing Mr. Martinez right, he agrees with the idea of doing like the downtown development did, where we would have them match funds. That's kind of the idea of what I was going for. Is we kind of utilize the same thing where they match the amount of funds that it would take to bring these up or take down property. And that would reduce the burden for them and also, make the city look.
Well- Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that this grant that they're wanting us to apply for is so that we know what to tell the property owners they need to do or what it's going to cost them, or to the first step of what do they really need to rejuvenate this building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I mean, that's that would be extremely helpful, and
Right.
it might help them decide to get rid of it, sell it, give it away, do something. Do something with it.
And it would also bring in with the revitalization plan and the site disposition, give us an exit strategy to pair property owners with real estate developers, insurance companies, and look at financing vehicles for them to be able to do those things. So we would have an exit strategy where it would be turned over to either they would give it to the city or we would help them get it financed. We could show them what businesses would like to go in there. So it gives us some options once we understand what we're looking at with each property.
Great.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the second grant is for $500,000 for that one property that we're talking about, to clean up that one property. And it requires a $40,000 match, but that is easily going to be met through granting administrative and implementation staff salaries. So that's not going to require you all to set aside any more money either. I mean, how do I say that? Okay. Okay. It's going to be taken care
It's
of.
soft money.
Right.
We're going to pay for it one way or another.
Yeah.
Already obligated.
Yes.
All right,
Do y'all have any other questions for me?
1,000 of them, but
Catch up with
it'll
you?
just take some time to
Okay.
soak in.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. So, anybody else got anything to say? I think we all know where we want to go. We just need to go there and take all paths to there, for that matter. It doesn't have to be a single prong approach, is I guess what I'm saying. But I would like to look into more of the empty, not even vagrant type buildings, but just empty buildings that there should be some sort of a surcharge, if you will, for services, because they receive them whether they're empty or not. Councilman
I
Martinez?
just have one more. I just want to let you know that my thinking is that we need to get a hold of this people. Since we have the ordinance already, if we could write a letter to the property owners and tell them that we're looking into it, or whatever, however you word it, just to find out if we get an answer back from the companies and see what they think.
Might clean up a few.
That's right.
It's funny, Andrea and I were helped us the other day. I just asked if she could make a few phone calls to these landowners and just, are you attached to these properties? Just kind of like learning from them and seeing what we could find out about taking something over. So, and just have that discussion, but we could definitely do a letter and see what we can learn.
Yeah, and being that we got that ordinance, maybe we don't need to write one since that covers what I was talking about. Maybe it's just letting them know that we're going to enforce it, or we're going to try to enforce it.
And
If they
then,
knew that, maybe they'd make a move.
and then we'll check with the assessor and take up the ordinance and say, this is what the ordinance says. Is this something that you will do?
We have changed assessors.
Yeah. So we
Okay.
find out.
Anything more? Then I'm going to adjourn the work session and call for a recess till go till council. See, isn't that crazy? The barring. Isn't that crazy when you think about it? Already got signed.
Yeah. But it never was being enforced.
Well, we All right, it is 7:31. I'm going to call this meeting to order, and I would ask you to please join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is roll call, and
Okay. Mayor Terry Wycombe,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Jacqueline Wells. Here. Councilmember Aaron Durst.
Aaron, you've got to unmute yourself.
All right, I'll come back. Councilmember Daryl Gardner. Councilmember Dabari Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Linda Smith. Councilmember Chris Weisenberg.
Here.
Councilmember Aaron Durst.
Same here.
Thank you. Councilmember Daryl Gardner.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Linda Smith.
I haven't heard from her.
I sent her the link, so she has it. Did you?
She may join later. Can she join after the meeting starts?
Yes.
Okay, she'll probably join later then.
Okay.
I know she's out of town still. All right. Next thing on the agenda is next thing on our agenda is public hearing. I will open the public hearing on the preliminary plat of privately owned property for the proposed Miles Addition subdivision, also known as 2409 Plaza Street. Specifically, the plat of privately owned property located in and begin a portion of the south half northwest quarter section 15, Township 21 North, Range 87, west of 6th Principal Meridian, Carbon County, Wyoming. Is there anybody that would like to speak about this plat? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. And the next thing on our agenda is another public hearing. And I will open it up, resolution declaring an emergency and authorizing the immediate expenditure of funds to provide the demolition, safe removal, transportation, and reconstruction of a structure retaining wall located at 1127 9th Street in Rollins. Is there anybody here that would like to speak to that during the public hearing? Hearing none, I will close that public hearing. At this time, we will, on the agenda is the public comment. This is a time when anybody can speak about anything for up to 5 minutes about anything that is not on the agenda. Is there anybody here that would like to speak? Please come up forward.
Yes.
And tell us who you are.
I have to.
Yeah. Just a second.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Yvonne Johnson with Carbon County Economic Development. First of all, I just want to, I'm like way behind, very busy, and I wanted to just thank you for the support and everything that I've been doing this last year. As you know, we had a big event in August, and I'm here to give you some glasses that you may not have gone home with those that attended. So if I can, I'd love to give council.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. And I'm sorry I wasn't there. I was quarantined.
Thank you.
or in Knoxville, whichever came first.
These were gifted at the event, but I was so busy that I missed that memo to share. Jason, thank you so much for your support. Do you have any questions of what's going on? Just, it's been very crazy. And I just want to let you know, I'm looking very forward to meeting your new economic development person. And I think we're going to be doing that next week. So let's move forward.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate what you do too.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else with gifts? I mean, that would like to speak? That would like to speak at this particular time on anything that's not on the agenda? All righty. Thank you again. Next thing on our agenda is approval of the minutes. Councilman Martinez.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I make a motion to approve the minutes of October 5th, 2021 regular meeting.
Second.
There have been a motion made and seconded to approve the City Council regular minute meetings of October 5th, 2021. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Oh, man. This is the fourth time I've had to log in, and I'm going to vote yes while I'm doing that.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to vote not present for Councilmember Smith, okay, until we're trying to get her set up. All right?
Yes.
All right, online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 not present, and that was Councilmember Smith.
All righty. Thank you. Now on this agenda, the next thing on our meeting is, on our agenda is to approve the agenda. Whoever makes that motion, I would like them to, on the reports and information employee of the third quarter, would like that to be at the next meeting. I've been asked to move that to the next meeting. That's number A. And down in executive session, number C, approve the minutes of April 6th. Remove that from the agenda too, if you would make a motion to that effect. That make sense? Vice Mayor Wells?
I'll do my best. I move to approve the October 19, 2021 City Council agenda as amended to remove the employee of the quarter, or postpone or remove?
Postpone
Postpone.
to the next meeting.
Till the next meeting.
Yeah. And then under 10C.
And then remove 10C?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Whew.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the agenda with the 2 amendments. Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Okay. Online voting has closed. The motion passed with 7 yeas. Councilmember Smith has joined us.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is a proclamation. And I will read this proclamation. It's a domestic violence awareness proclamation. The mayor's proclamation: join together to prevent domestic violence. Whereas domestic violence in rural communities exists as a hidden, silent, and often unrecognized reality that may not be reported to authorities or is underreported. And whereas we need to challenge the assumptions made about domestic violence, become proactive in preventing domestic violence, and hold offenders accountable. And whereas Carbon County Cove and other agencies, organizations, and state coalitions across Wyoming and the nation are committed to preventing domestic violence and by promoting prevention awareness campaigns, educating the community, and advocating for victims' rights. Therefore, I, Terry Wycombe, Mayor of Rawlins, Wyoming, do hereby proclaim the month of October 21 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. In Rawlins, Wyoming, I urge all citizens to join together to prevent domestic violence. Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is another proclamation. This one is, let's see, let me make sure I've got this right over here. I do. This is a proclamation of America Clean Power Week. Whereas a proclamation recognizing America Clean Power Week, October 25th through 29th, 2021, the benefits of wind energy as a renewable energy source, and the importance of the industry as a major economic driver for the city of Rawlins, county of Carbon, and state of Wyoming. Whereas clean energy makes up over 11% of the nation's electric generation and provides enough clean energy to power over 50 million homes. And whereas clean energy powers our state economy as well, driving more than $5 billion in total capital investments to date and providing millions of dollars in annual tax payments benefiting state and local governments. And whereas Carbon County is the leading county in Wyoming in terms of total wind power capacity online and under construction. And whereas our cities, county, and state, all of the above, support of the clean energy has proven to be a key component in our economic growth. And with continued investment, we can remain at the forefront of energy innovation and development. And therefore, I, Terry Wycombe, Mayor of Rawlins, Mayor of the City of Rawlins, do hereby proclaim the week of October 25th through 29th as American Clean Power Week. All right. Next thing on our agenda is City Council reports. Councilman Durst, do you have a report for us on the Board of Adjustments?
Mr. Mayor, I do not. There was a meeting earlier this in October, and I was unable to attend that meeting, and I was not able to follow up with the minutes on it yet.
All right, thank you. I'm the representative for COG, Carbon County Council of Governments, and we did not have a meeting that's coming up. Councilman Smith is the DDA Main Street board member. Do you have a report?
I do have a report, Mayor. If you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, good. I'll go forward. Is that what you wish?
Yes, please.
Okay. DDA board met Monday. There's about 4 or 5 items here. Art Week was a huge success with over 500 people in attendance last Friday night. And we want to thank all the artists, Carbon County School District #1 students, artists, and downtown businesses. And Uplift Artists Guild and Rawlins DDA are already talking about next year. So that's a plus. That's awesome. Trick or treat on downtown streets will be Friday, November 29th from 3 to 5 p.m. And then plans for the Blue Flag Friday, which is Black Friday, and Small Business Saturday on November 26th and 27th with downtown business giveaways are being planned. So then, the fourth item is downtown ice rink and Winterfest are in the planning stages, so we're bringing that back, or at least talking about bringing that back this year. And then, the Rainbow Teton Entrepreneurs Center and Rollins CDA are staying abreast of funding coming to Rollins businesses through the American Rescue Plan, funding more details to follow. Thank you, that's my report.
All right, thank you. The next report will be from Councilman Weisenberg.
Yeah, we had a meeting on October 12th discussing preliminary plot, which will be presented tonight in the agenda. So, and then also it's in discussion of Title 19 now, after it's been rescinded, to work with the commission there and possibly bring in some Board of Adjustment together, so it's not back and forth between 3 different places at one time, so we can possibly move quicker on that. And then I don't know, just maybe get a council's feel on this, but I would like to see us as a planning and zoning bring that together, or to the council, like one chapter at a time, right? Instead of the whole thing coming at once, so it's a lot easier. We can read through it and a lot easier and make changes as needed that way too. That's what I had recommended. And there's some other stuff that is pretty pertinent to get done right away with that Title 19, and that has to do with a lot of building codes and stuff like that that had been changed back to the original way before, that we're looking at maybe possibly bringing that stuff forward first. So that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is Urban Systems Committee, Councilman Garner.
I don't have anything to report. Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, next thing on our agenda is department reports. So whoever would like to come up first.
See, what day was that trick or treat for DDA? She said November.
29?
She said November 29th, right? But it's October 29th, I'd imagine, right?
I bet.
Yeah, I just want to write it down.
All right.
Honorable Mayor, City Council. I have a few updates. I'm going to try to get through these as quickly as I can. The first thing kind of relates to the strategic plan. It has to do with beautification. Members of our staff met last Friday, had a great meeting to talk about city buildings, city properties, and which departments maintain which building and which the facilities around them. So there's been kind of, over the years, there's been some understanding on who maintains what. So we kind of tried to get to a clear way that we can define who maintains what. And basically, facilities generally maintains the buildings inside and out. Parks generally maintains the grounds around the buildings, but that wasn't clear all the way through every building and every facility. So in a great discussion, the Parks Department decided to take on the grounds of these buildings. So I'll give you an example of what we're going to start taking on to maintain. And this has to do with kind of leading by example, so that our city properties are maintained well and they look good when our residents drive by, especially if we're going to ask them to keep the weeds down on their houses. Let's keep the weeds down on our properties. And it wasn't really anybody's fault. It was kind of like, well, I thought you were going to do it. I thought you were going to do it. So we're going to try to put an end to that. So moving forward, for example, Public Works building and the grounds, so that the lawn in the past, I've seen Cody mow it a bunch of times. And so part of, let me back up just a second. Part of the reason for this is who is better equipped to maintain grounds and turf and things like that. Who has the education and experience, and who has the equipment to do all that stuff. And it's generally the Parks Department. So that's why we kind of made that decision. So the Public Works grounds, there's that hotel that was brought up earlier on, I believe, 9th and Pine. We'll clean up the grounds there. There's the 2 lots kind of behind the Three Fiddlers restaurant on like 3rd and West Front Street. I believe the city owns one and maybe leases the other one from the railroad or vice versa. So we're going to start knocking all those weeds down. They look pretty bad right now. The 13 and change mile walking path in the past was done by Public Works. Well, it makes sense. We have the equipment in the Parks Department. We're going to start taking that over. We'll knock that down in the spring and then midsummer. And then there's a concrete lot that the city owns that's just east of the hole in the wall. It's a small lot, but if you drive by right now, you'll see some weeds in there. And then there's the City of Rawlins impound lot. Don't drive by there right now. Give us a little bit of time, then you can drive by there. That's the one on Daly Street. And then the park shop and the recycling center, so that property there as well. And then also the Rawlins the Rawlins Animal Shelter will start maintaining the exterior and the grounds there. We think that this is really going to, just knowing who's responsible for what is going to just be key moving forward for the beautification efforts that we're doing along with the strategic plan. And like I said, and this came from Sean, let's lead by example, and show that our community that we mean what we say, and you know, if we're not going to be afraid to do something that we're asking our residents to do. So we're kind of excited about that. A few more updates. So the golf course, the irrigation's all being blown out this week. The greens covers will be placed next week. That'll be a kind of a collaborative effort between city departments because we need lots of hands on deck to get those greens covers down, and it's extremely important to do so. So that'll happen next week. Winter Pro Shop hours are being finalized. I think we have a decision on those, but we want to have set winter hours for the Pro Shop this winter time, and we'll have a big sale in December. Parks and green spaces, we were able to aerate and aerate all parks, fertilize most parks and ball fields, and then we were able to aerate the entire cemetery in the last 3 weeks. Big shout out to our parks crew for stepping up and making all that happen. I think it's going to really help moving forward next spring, next fall. We'll continue these efforts that give us a little bit of time, but you will definitely see an improvement in our turf areas because of this. Also, we are working with the Wyoming State Forestry Division on a matching grant where they will come and do a tree inspection for all city-owned trees. They'll also identify the condition of those trees, whether they're end of life, whether they're potentially diseased or they need trimmed. This will be huge. We have the money in the budget for the matching funds, so we're not spending any of that money on our own to do some of the trimming. This will help us identify going forward what we need to do to start really taking a good proactive approach to maintaining the trees that are managed by the city. We are starting in the next couple weeks to do some pruning. There's one tree removal that we need to do. So we are using some of our budgeted funds to do some tree trimming and tree maintenance. That's part of us being part of the Tree City USA as well. As we do this, we are also looking at developing a better plan for planting new trees. The issue we're looking at is all these trees around these neighborhoods. If we just start taking them down when they're end of life or they're diseased and we don't replace them, we're not going to have this beautiful community with all these trees. But there's no irrigation in these neighborhoods. So we might be reaching out to either homeowners to see if they'll help water. There are some systems in place where we can add water maybe every week or two, and then we have to fill the reservoirs at the location. We have a water truck if we have to. The other thing we thought of is kind of like our Adopt a Park or Adopt a Street, maybe adopt trees. We have groups that can cruise around and help water the trees when they need it, because all these trees you see around here, somebody cared for them when they were young in life enough to survive if they didn't have irrigation set up. So we're really excited about that grant opportunity with the state. Cemetery, I said, so we did blow out the cemetery, and as I mentioned, we did aerate the last couple of weeks. I promised the council I'd give you updates on the shooting range advisory board and the golf advisory board. So the shooting range advisory board met last week. We discussed the new shooting barriers that council approved in the current fiscal year budget, as well as the new flooring that council approved. Our main focus is to utilize this shooting board and their expertise. They're the ones that are out there to make sure we get their involvement on what we choose for those barriers and that flooring before we go out to bid and install the new barriers. But that's very exciting, and they're very excited about this too. We also talked about the indoor range opening November 2nd. So the outdoor range, last day is I think the last day of October, actually. And then there's a junior rifle program that's beginning November 5th. There are Fridays, there's a 3:30 slot and a 4:30 slot if anybody has anyone age 8 to 18. It's a great program. We have 22 rifles down there. If they don't have them, the ammo's covered. It's like $17 or something like that. But it's a really great program that one of our shooting range advisory board members actually runs that program, and he's done so for I think like 20-something years. So excited about that. So the golf course advisory board, this is fun because the board meets next week. So whenever I report to council, it's usually from 3 weeks before. So the last meeting we did talk about golf cart path repair. Our public works, another great example of departments working together for the greater good, has been helping us make some minor repairs to the golf cart pathway, and those will continue. We're kind of starting on the more worn areas. We're having issues big time this fall with badgers, and the holes are right up through the cart path, and we're replacing tie rods on golf carts and things like that because they're probably going a little too fast and they hit those badger holes. I saw my first badger last week at the sink out there in Lander. It was like 10 feet away, going the other direction. And then we also talked about a possibility of a new golf cart plan going forward. Our carts are getting a little bit older, so we're going to want to talk to Jody also about this. But so anyways, we had a good discussion about the golf carts. And then we also talked about the geese on the course. The geese are just terrorizing the course around the water areas. My son and I went and played golf, I don't know, a few weeks ago, and there was like hundreds of geese, and what they left behind was everywhere. It's just really bad. So we've been talking to Fish and Game about options we can do to persuade them from building a home and nesting there in the spring by scaring them away, going to the next property. So we're trying to be a little bit proactive on how we manage the geese, but it needs to be taken care of. There was discussion about propane cannons that go off. They're set to go off every hour, every couple hours. Probably have more of that to bring to council before we would move forward with something like that. My last update is about recreation. We have a new recreation programmer starting November 8th. I want to thank the council for supporting this position. We're very excited that this is going to allow us to bring some additional recreation opportunities to our residents, and we are very excited. We couldn't wait, and so we did start a new playgroup, Little's Gym program for parents with toddlers 0 to 5 years old. We started at the beginning of the month, and today, actually, I think there was like 6 toddlers running around with their parents, and I've kind of popped my head in there every once in a while and see how things are going, and they're really enjoying it. So the first month of this program, with some decent weather still, people want to go outside, people are attending it, so we're just hoping it'll continue to grow, and if all goes well, we'll have to move it out into the gym because it'll get too big for holding in the multi-purpose room there. So we're excited to see that. That tells us that people are ready to get back to play. Youth football was a great success. We had 100 players, not 99, not 101, but 100 players. Registrations open for junior jazz basketball, co-ed, adult volleyball, and NRA action pistol leagues. And we do have a Halloween safe trick-or-treat event at the Recreation Center on Halloween from 2 to 4. It's a great event. I'm looking forward to it. We also have a haunted house. We might be looking for volunteers if anybody wants to come down and hand out some goodies to the children. Get a hold of myself or Patty, and we welcome you to join us. That said, does anybody have any questions?
In regard to the restaurant, they did a real good job this year. I would like to see them advertise a little bit on our water bill, I was talking to them and I said, that might be a good place to to mention what days you're open, and from time to time, put it on our water bill when it goes out, see if they can't generate a little bit more business, but I thought they did a real nice job. I enjoyed their food.
That's a great idea. I'll mention that to Patty and Myra as well.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. We should make you guys draw numbers when you come in.
No one wants to
I'll
get
go
up.
ahead and go. Just wanted to let you know that, as you saw, I have been able to get the budget updated, and so that's there. And just wanted to point out a few things to you. Is if you look, you'll see that sales tax and the county option sales tax is only about 12%. And so we're at 25% of the year, so that looks like that's a little bit down. However, I ran October as well through today, and in October, it actually has come up to about 25% for the sales tax and 26% for the county option sales tax. So those are increasing, but still a little bit behind. And that means that the city manager and I'll be reviewing this, and this is where I say the budget is, it's budgeted, but it's not necessarily funded. And so what does that mean? That means that all of the expenses that are there in the budget are paid for by the current revenue as we earn it going throughout the year. That means that we may have to pull back on some capital items and some other things just to make sure that we're not overextending ourselves. And so that will be something that will be taken very seriously as we move forward. So we will keep a pulse on all of that and bring that to you as we learn more and develop more. I also would like to let you know that we have signed the engagement letter with the auditors. And so I expect to hear from them. They may have emailed me today. I didn't get a lot of time to check emails, but definitely by the end of the week as to when they're going to arrive. I anticipate that being very soon. And so they'll get started on that. And I'll keep you apprised as we go through it and stuff. So I think that's my highlights for what's been going on. I know that we've spent, we've been going through the impact fees, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. And that was no small feat, let me tell you. We've really vetted it and gone through it really thoroughly and have some really good recommendations for you. So that's been my highlights. So if you have any questions, I'll love to answer them. Otherwise, I'll let one of the guys come up.
Councilman Weisenberg.
I just want to say thank you. This means a lot to get this done and helps me out in looking at different things and how everything's going. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Thank you very much. Appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Very excited. I have new glasses. Honorable Mayor, Madam Vice, and council members. Excellent fire prevention week. Everything went off without a hitch. One of the things that we've set up to give you guys information on too is our Pub Ed events. Let you know kind of what we're doing. 10 events that we've had, including what we did for Fire Prevention Week. We've reached 1,015 people. So I think that's a very, very nice number.
Yeah.
Guys really getting out there and doing things. And that's pretty much going to like the schools, teaching CPR classes and et cetera, okay? Kind of give you an idea. Year to date, 709 emergency responses that we've been on. Wanted to give you year-to-date numbers now so you guys can get the big picture instead of things every month, okay? Total occupancies that we've inspected are 235. We are down to only 2 that are outdated, and that's only because the people have not got back to us after multiple calls to come do their facilities. So I think at this point during the year, to only have 2 facilities that are not up to date is pretty impressive. So once again, I give a lot of credit to the guys. Training hours. Training hours year to date, 2,227 training hours. Lots of hours. And as I was telling Councilman Martinez, we got approved for our fire inspector course that they're coming in to teach. We got approved for our fire officer course at the beginning of the year, and we're also looking at bringing in a tech rescue course. So a lot of big things on the burner, and we're hoping to get a lot more use out of the training facility. So that would be our update for this month.
Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good evening. All right, in terms of calls for service for the police department, this month for September, we had 433 911 calls, down from 553 last month. Number of telephone calls received at dispatch, 1,093, down from 1,344. Dispatched calls for service for September, 659, down from 743 last month. Case follow-ups, 43, 45 last month. Fire calls up slightly. We dispatched 43 fire calls this month, 34 last month. Ambulance calls also 43, down from 59. Animal-related calls slightly up. We're up to 112 for September, 102 for August. Staffing, still slightly an issue with the police department. We're working to bring our staffing up to the authorized levels. We have 4 out sick currently in the last couple of days. At least 2 of them are positive for COVID, and it's potentially going to be 4. We have 3 lateral officers in field training. One of them should be finishing up in the next month or so. The other 2 are scheduled to finish up in December. In terms of hiring, we rewrote our advertisement for recruitment, and it's been pushed out through Stephanie and HR. Using the system that we use, it pushes it out to a number of different venues across the country. So the lieutenants and I rewrote that. Lieutenant Daria Hooper took a big part in writing that, and she wrote most of it, and it came out really nice. So that's been pushed out. We still have a couple of open internal positions. We're working on filling a dispatcher position. They've conducted some interviews. The lieutenants have been covering patrol shifts. This upcoming weekend, they and potentially myself will also be covering patrol shifts on the road this weekend. We're working with the Police Commission to continue reviewing and rewriting the Commission policy manual. I've got meetings that are getting scheduled with the principals of the 3 schools here in Rollins, Carbon County School Districts 1 for the high school, the middle school, and the elementary school. Just today I met with the 2nd Carbon County Court judge. I've met with both of them now. I'm scheduled to meet with the Carbon County attorney this Friday. So I've been kind of making the rounds and meeting the people that I need to meet with right here in the community. First week in November, I'm going to be at Douglas taking classes at the police academy that are required by post standards. We met with a representative from the National Weather Service at the C4, the county's coordination center, talking about the impact of weather on Carbon County and how we make notifications, receive information, and so forth. We are currently working on our quarterly employee check-ins. Those are going well, and we should have them all completed hopefully in the near future.
What's that mean?
So instead of evaluations, currently we are doing what we refer to as quarterly check-ins, where the supervisors sit with the employees and speak with them about how they're doing and any issues they're having and anything they want to bring to our attention.
I see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. In terms of outside training and community engagement, we're going to be conducting some bank robbery training at one of the local banks. This is something the department's been doing for some time now, tomorrow. One of our lieutenants conducted drug impairment training at the Department of Corrections Training Academy here in Rollins. Our SRO, Sergeant Robertson, has been conducting vape awareness training at the middle school. I recently learned, much to my pleasure, that Halloween is a very, very big event here in Rollins. So every year the police department's engaged in Halloween safety training at the elementary school and preschools and a number of daycares. My understanding is that we reach out to almost 1,000 children here in our Rollins community, talk about pedestrian safety and so forth. That's going to be starting shortly. We're also partnering with a couple other departments for activities on Halloween, the Friday before and the Sunday of. And we're looking forward to that. Code enforcement, also steady. 3 property issues this month, 25 that had to do with weeds and grass, 2 calls for assisting the rest of the department. He opened 30 cases, closed or resolved 25 cases, 5 are continuing. And I believe that's all I have, unless you have any questions. Thank you.
Very
Okay.
informative. Thank you.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
all your hard work. I don't want to feel left out, so I'll put my eyes on as well. Honorable Mayor and Council, Planning and Zoning did have a meeting, and Council's going to hear about it here in a little bit. I think it's going to be a good thing. Currently, we have 1 new home in the plan review stage, 1 near completion, and 2 under construction. I've been working with the Shandon Park apartment owner. They're looking at expanding their facility by 24 units, 16 which would be 2-bedroom units, 8 would be 3-bedroom units. So that's a plus for the community. Currently, we have 65 bales of recyclable cardboard waiting for shipment at the recycle center. Thanks to Jason and letting us borrow his cold storage. We sent out a load, a mixed load. It had 8,000 pounds of aluminum on it and office paper, which was 18,000 pounds. And facility's been keeping up with our buildings, and they're doing a good job with that. That's all I have. Any questions?
I do have one.
Okay.
That concrete and asphalt over there at them apartments, what are they doing with that?
I don't know where they're hauling that to. If they're taking it down to mobile concrete, I don't know.
I don't know. I went by there and I just seen a whole roll of it.
And I know they've been hauling it out, so I can check on that.
I noticed they separate it. They have their asphalt on one side and then they got the concrete on the other.
Right,
I
I
just
will check
wondered
on
where
that
they were
tomorrow.
going with it, if they were going to our landfill or.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to. I'll check and let you know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Well, Mayor, Council, I'll try to keep this as quick as I can. There's quite a lot of stuff we've been going through at Public Works. Utilities Department, we're keeping up on all of our service calls, locates, any kind of sewer call outs from any residents, staying on top of that. In the process of them going through all the sewer maintenance and cleanup, they actually found a sewer main that hadn't been known of or on the mapping system. Got it cleaned out and put it back on GIS mapping so that we can continually service it towards the future. They've just been doing a great job staying on top of those kind of things. We had a water break on Monday across the street from Skyline Motors. It happened late Sunday night. They had it remedied by noon Monday morning. I think it only affected RP Lumber. All the employees, both streets and utilities, the new employees have been training constantly on equipment, snow removal, winter coming up, what's going to happen for these new employees coming into winter, what water breaks may look like, equipment operations, things on that matter. We've got some of them that are training for their CDL tests A and B. So we're looking forward to them passing some of those tests. Streets, they got a good lesson with our little winter storm, a little bit of training on that, new snow plows, and the new employees getting to go through a snow removal session and then cleaning up afterwards. So there was a lot of good training involved with that. Water treatment plants are running really good right now, thank God. And tank farm, we're at 80% or better on all of our tanks. So our water supply is looking really good. We did a little bit of cathodic inspection on an 18-inch section of the pipeline between where we're working on, let's see, the Sage Creek and our 20-inch pipeline, that's service line that's coming into town. So we're doing a little bit of inspection work on the cathodic protection in there. Peaking is up 2 feet in the last 2 weeks. We had one of our workers out there, Cody Vanderbrink, he passed his level 1 water treatment exam. So he's a new employee, just got that, and continued maintenance basically on water treatment and wastewater treatment plants. Daily process. Projects going on as far as water collections, the surveying. We got pretty much all the surveying done on this pipeline, how we're going to do the lay of the land, and all the design worked up already. We have a little bit of an issue when we came up with the surveying where part of our pipeline goes across state land. So we got to get an easement application done there. We're going to have to go talk to the leasees out there, and I think that's cattle company out there. They're leasing that state section overlay. Yeah. So we're going to have to get with them and make sure that this easement is okay. It's only for about 300 feet of the section of pipe. It's a really small section. So we don't foresee any of those problems, but just a little bit of a hiccup that we're dealing with that. We've got the snowstorm kind of put us back a little bit to get up there and get people in looking at. We got contractors coming this week to give us, actual prices on what it's going to take for them to get up there so that we can get some good, accurate numbers. We've already been doing some of the road work up there, infrastructure work, so we can get equipment in there. We're looking at bringing in rock. We've got most of the pipe already ordered, fittings and all the pipe coming. So we're progressing pretty well on that, considering we're going through a little bit of a storm. The other one is Walnut Street, our project we got going over there. It's going good. We are about 90% on the grade. Everything is, the final grade on that is 90%. We got one section right in front of the old pin. We got to tie together the storm sewer drain, and there's just one little hole right there. We got to tie all that in. But with this storm going through, we couldn't really get in there because of the storm water rolling through it. We have about 95% of the concrete work done on the north side of Walnut, sidewalks included. Driveways, sidewalks has all been poured. There was a little bit of a hiccup on this one. There in the bid workup that the engineering did, there was a pretty big discrepancy on the workup of concrete. So we're trying to get actual numbers on how much short we came up on that. There's going to probably be a change order on it, but we're still going to fall within the budgeted money of that project. But this is looking at taking a little bit of that cushion out of it. So we got to figure that out. I have a meeting with the engineers tomorrow afternoon. So we're going to get you guys some hard numbers and figure out what this change order is going to be. But we really don't want to slow this project down. At the pace it's going on with the weather that we're having, we really want to keep pushing that concrete because we've got to have that curb and gutter in to pour the asphalt. So I don't want to slow it down by any means, but we're going to have a little bit of a back and forth on figuring that out. Other than that, working on tree ordinances around town and just other little random ordinances to going into wintertime to make sure we're keeping everybody safe and happy. And that's all I have. Any questions?
I just want to let you know that the street work that you're doing is...
Just a minute, Daryl. Go ahead.
The street work that you're doing was great this year, and I got a lot of compliments on it.
Oh yeah, it turned out really, really fantastic this year.
They did quite a few of them.
There was quite a bit of work done on the streets this year.
Yes, there was.
Okay, Councilman Garner.
Cody, I just had a quick question. In the last meeting, you mentioned exercising the valves on that pipeline. Might take care of some of the issues. Have we done that yet? Have we made any improvement on any of those?
So that's it. In our scope of work on this pipeline, we're actually getting with our utilities crew to get out there and start exercising some of the lower ones and the ones that are easy to get to. We're still trying to figure out access on a couple other ones, but that is still in the scope of work on this pipeline job we're doing out there. We just haven't gotten out there to start exercising yet, but that is absolutely one of the projects we're working on.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one thing. We had a water break in my neighborhood here a while back, and I just want to compliment the people that were working on that. And I see a gentleman sitting there in
Yeah, we have a really good utilities.
And the neighbors appreciated the efficiency and whatnot. I had a lot of my neighbors come to me, and they were absolutely amazed that it all happened that fast. And when I have a lot of neighbors knock on my door, it's not always that good.
Yeah.
But it was awesome, and I do appreciate the total professionalism of those folks.
The work on the break they did on Monday was absolutely fabulous too. It was quick in, quick out. You know, let's not hinder any of the businesses down the street. They all knew what was going on. They were okay with it. I mean, the communication and speed that they can do is
pretty incredible. Yeah. Councilman Weisenberg.
Yeah, Cody, you had mentioned utility line locates and stuff like that being done. I don't know how much time that takes out of your end of your department's day or anything, but is there some way we could look into allowing that, if it's worth it, to look into maybe a company that already locates lines like that? Is there, that might free up more?
Well, the 811 does a lot of the locates majority of the time, but we still have to go in every now and again and help customers locate their sewer lines.
Okay.
Because they'll do it on the city side, and we'll help out the residents on the resident side when they're, you know, they got to dig up their sewer line. We'll run a snake up it and then do the locate with the metal snake in their line.
Okay, I was
So we're
just
still helping residents with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I didn't know if you had to locate all the way into property lines or people's property when they call 811, you have to go certain ways. I didn't know if it would help out, you know, with allowing a contractor to do that, because I know there's contractors that specifically do that work around here.
Yeah, and they do a majority of it, but we still help out the citizens when we can to locate on certain residents' properties.
All right, thanks.
Anything else? Thank you again.
Thank you.
Who's next? All right, we're going to move on. Next thing on our agenda is the city manager's report. I'll turn the floor over to you, Sean.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I have a few updates for you today. Last year, about November, we did a citizen satisfaction survey, and we're going to get ready to send that out again. And I found that to be very helpful to understand kind of where we're at, and I'm excited to see what the residents think about how we're doing, making improvements, and how we can move into the future, because their feedback was super helpful in the development of the strategic plan. And so it'll be helpful again as we, in January, when we meet with I'd like to get that same third-party city manager that helped us before to come out and kind of check in on us and look at the strategic plan with their guidance from the community. Another item with the strategic plan, I think everyone's got a copy of that today. Each quarter, I'd like to actually kind of take a little bit of a deeper dive with the council and have more of a kind of a conversation on how the council's feeling that we're making progress on that. And so just a little bit more of a dialogue, and I'd like to start that next month. Our economic development directors started part-time. We have scheduled our first meeting with a variety of economic development agencies. So the Chamber, Carbon County Economic Development, I think they're both back here with me, and several others as staff members, and getting us all collectively together so we can start helping each other out. So it should just one of the many, many things that we're going to start doing with economic development. This could be great. One thing, maybe in direction to the city manager right after this part, I would love to, I guess right now I just want to offer the mayor and council, if you'd like, I'd be really happy to set up a meeting where we can individually meet one-on-one each month and kind of take a bigger picture approach where we can kind of like what I just talked about, strategic plan, like, Councilmember Martinez, how do you feel like we're doing with this part of the strategic plan? Kind of like just getting out of the weeds a little bit and talking about big picture stuff together. And I just wanted to offer that, and thought it might be some helpful if we can connect sometimes in that way. But if you have any feedback, let me know in the next section here. So one of the things I talked to Myra about doing with the strategic plan is I want to do a little bit more education with the community. And right now, just recently we did the interview with police chief, and we do those once a month. But what I'd like to do is each month we'll choose one of the strategic plan directives, let's say beautification, and then every Monday morning I want to pick one of the sections within beautification, and then I want to just talk about, here's some of the successes that we're having, here's some of the things that we're doing, because I think that the community probably doesn't hear enough of the things that we're doing. And I think if they have a short video, like 2 minutes long, it's a quick engagement, and then they hear that each week, they'll start to learn, oh, beautification is one of our directives, and then kind of just rotate through each one and keep them updated. I think that that'll be a good thing. And it doesn't take a whole lot of effort, but a lot of, I think it's a good thing with the community. So just trying to engage in every way that we can. One thing that, as a department head group, we talked about utilizing on our website at the very bottom, a citizen can go in there and report a concern. It's one of the features that we have. And we want to maximize using that a little bit more. What we like to do is kind of develop it so that there's a section, like a clear section for the community concerns. So if a resident wants to go in there, it will, once it gets submitted, right now it just goes to 2 people. But we'd like it to go to each department head basically. And then we want to set some parameters. So for example, every week, each department head will go in there and check on those sorts of things, and provide an update to residents on at least a weekly basis on anything that they submitted. And I think that this, once we feel like we've got it all established really well, then I'd like to just invite the council to utilize it a little bit more too. If you have a resident that has a question, you could have more confidence that, hand them a card or something, we can get something for you. Just here, use this feature. And the good thing about that is they report a concern, they'll know it'll go directly to that department head. And you can tell them you'll get updates regularly too. So we just want to try that out and see if it works well.
Yeah, I think it's good.
And then lastly, as we all know, we have a lot of water issues in the community, and we're trying to work on that. One of the key goals that we have is the source water protection plan. A huge part of that is the infrastructure that we have. And I've talked with, I think each one of you have mentioned this, but I would like to have some conversations with Sinclair Refinery and just talk to them. I think the refinery could potentially help us out with the situation that we're in. And I know that they stand to benefit as well. I think that there's some mutual things that we could look at where they could help us with the source water protection plan and really making some huge progress towards it, and help us through the issues that we're having. And I think that we could really help each other out potentially. So I'd just like to, if that's okay with the council, just engage in some conversations. And they know I can't commit anything at all, but I just want to have some conversations and see if we can help the city out in the situation that we're in right now. Yes.
My only concern is they are selling, this company selling.
Mm-hmm.
So might have like a gap in
I'll be sure to.
who you'll be talking to.
Okay.
Would this be a kind of a joint meeting between the town of Sinclair and the city of Rawlins and the refinery, since the town of Sinclair deals a lot with the refinery? Is that something that you'd be looking at? Or?
One of the things that Sinclair Refinery would like is they actually would love to have a dedicated line of our cold air water to them directly. And so I think that's something we'll start off just with myself, I think I'll bring Carl with me because of his background and knowledge in their water system. And then it would just be with Sinclair at this moment. Just a real preliminary conversation and see what happens.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, next thing on our agenda is the city council reports and direction to the city manager. Is there any city council person that has anything to say that hasn't been addressed tonight? Because we've covered a lot of ground tonight. Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, I know a couple meetings ago, Councilman Gardner talked about one-way streets and stuff like that being visited through urban systems. Now that we have a grants writer on board, I'm thinking a one-way street is not a permanent fix to a point, right? We have a lot of green belts in that older area of Mountain View and stuff like that. And I'd like to see, with all the trillions of dollars that's supposedly going to be handed down in grants and stuff like that, maybe to see what we could do for possibly widening some of those streets. And it might also take some of the older outlived trees out of that area too, to reduce some of that too. I don't know if council would like to see that happen, but I mean, for my standpoint in that Mountain View area, I think it'd be a big benefit to see if we can possibly get some funding to widen some of those.
I'd have to go look, to be honest with you, with that thought in mind, because I've never driven around up there with the thought in mind of what if the street was wider. Councilman Wells?
My only concern is the Tree City USA designation.
And I understand that too. The thing is, though, is there's a lot of green belts through that area in the town, right? And I don't know how many, I didn't go through and count how many trees there are. But along with that, there's a lot of infrastructure issues, right? We got these older trees that's going into sewer lines and water lines and stuff like that. And not just that, but it's causing lifting of the sidewalks, unsafe, stuff, unsafe conditions that's normally put on a property owner. And a lot of those trees were planted in those city property back in the day. I think that could possibly take care of that stuff. A lot of the curb and gutter in that area is older and it's not ADA accessible, and it'd be a great help and benefit to that area too.
Sean?
I think that's a really interesting idea, and one thing I would recommend just right now is that we have our grants writer focus on our water infrastructure grants and some of the things that are super pressing, but I think when we can get through some big items that are super needed in the community, then maybe we can take a look at that.
100%, and I agree with that, right? I want to take care of the water first, but I think we can just get this on the table and start looking at that option.
There was a tree I went to look at with the gentleman with the that's doing some of the construction work, and it's a tree on Colorado and Walnut, I guess. Mm-hmm. This dude is huge. It's like, I don't know, it's the biggest tree I've probably ever seen in the way of a cottonwood, and I grew up in Torrington where cottonwoods are big. This thing is gotta go. It's so close to the sidewalk. I know there's been a battle with the city before with the owner of the tree and whatnot. This tree is tall. It's screwed up cement work for probably 15 or 20 feet every direction from it. It's pretty, and if you cut off half of it so you can do the sidewalk and streets, it's gonna fall over and kill people. Anyway, I don't know what's being done with that tree, but I think it's going to take some work on the side of the city to get something done with that tree. But I'm telling you, I'm not an arborist. That tree's going to hurt somebody. It's got to go.
Speaking of that tree, we're getting a little, we all know this tree here in staff.
When I say that tree, everybody shakes their head. Yeah.
So we do, we want to address that, and I'm thinking just with winter coming and snowing out right now, we're a little short on time, but come spring we'll be looking at that.
The reason I brought it up is I just did not want that to hold up a street project, because I think we're gonna meet some headwinds on that one. So, Councilman Martinez?
My direction to you is that, are you still keeping an eye on that overpass? You know, we talked a little bit about it, and we talked about, somebody said the county did some engineering work. I don't know why the county would do it, but it's fine with me. It's expensive. But that's going to come and bite us, that overpass, and it'd be nice to be on top of it.
Yeah, when Mark Kearney was here, and as you just mentioned, we had a report of just the issues with the bridge. And then Mark had reached out to see if they knew someone that could provide some costs associated with those issues. And that's where it kind of left off, and I need to figure out just exactly where that was and figure out the costs. And when we're talking about impact assistance funds in a little bit here, I'd like to designate some of those funds towards that as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Garner?
Like the idea Chris has there, with finding the street, I'm going to go ahead and still move forward with the one-way here. Just so that we have something in place here. And then I was going to ask, can I have my phone added to the meeting? I cannot hear the Bari.
Hello?
I was going to say you're lucky, Daryl, but that ain't funny.
Sorry, Daryl. I think I had my mic pulled back a little bit.
All right. Is there anybody out? Sean?
I'm just curious, just on having like a monthly meeting. Does the council have any feedback on that? I only offer it as just something if you find that it's helpful. But if you're like, we hear so much from you guys already and you don't need more, just if it's valuable, I'm just willing to help. But I just wonder if you have any feedback on that.
I think it might be in some ways, because there's just certain things you just don't want to, there's just certain things we should talk one-on-one. I'll leave it at that.
I like the idea. I think visiting with you, sitting down and just kind of talking about some of the issues that come up in my ward and explain to you what's going on, I think that would help.
Anybody else?
I'm open to it. It does help. I've been in your office several times, talked about different things, and you give a good perspective of things that's happening that you can take back to the community. So
I think the other thing too is I come in and I interrupt you when you're in another meeting. I have to say I'll see you later or whatever. If we have a date that we're going to visit about anything, it'd be a good idea. I know you're busy on things, got things going.
Okay, anything else? All right. We're going to move on to the next item.
Okay.
Which is approval of the payroll. Vice Mayor Wells?
I move to approve the accounts payable register for the period of September 29, 2021 to October 11, 2021 in the amount of $891,500.33.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the accounts payable register for the period of September 29, 2021 to October 11, 2021 in the amount of $891,500.33. Is there any further discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, I have a question here. Sorry to just kind of hit you on this, but it's invoice number 10885-60269. It's talking about equipment leased. I got the answer earlier when I called to ask about it, and it was actually equipment purchased for the printers and stuff. Do we need to modify the description on the accounts payable to say that it was purchased and not leased?
That should have been as purchased, and the lease should not have been in there, and I intend to correct that tomorrow.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
you're welcome.
Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is payroll. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the September 26, 2021 through October 9, 2021 payroll register for $254,768.98.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the September 26, 2021 through October 9th, 2021 payroll register for the amount of $254,768.98. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on the agenda is to approve a process for recruitment of a city attorney. I would entertain a motion. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the City of Rollins Human Resources Department to administer the recruitment process for the purpose of Rollins City Council's selection of a city attorney to meet the legal needs of the City of Rollins in accordance with the 2021-2022 fiscal year pay plan.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the City of Rollins Human Resource Department to administer the recruitment process for the purpose of Rollins City Council selection of a city attorney to meet the legal needs of the City of Rollins in accordance with the 2021-2022 fiscal year pay plan. Is there any discussion?
Mayor?
Yes. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. I was looking at the job description and it does not address any municipal prosecution, that kind of thing. So I think we may want to look at the job description a little bit closely and add some of that in, because the city attorney does oversee the municipal court, what's brought there for prosecuting on ordinances. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Would you like to discuss that?
So Linda, I will look at that and address that too. So this is Stephanie, by the way.
I have a question or two, or just an observation. The advertising for this attorney is just a little bit different than some positions because they have to be licensed in Wyoming and such like that. And so I take it you've probably figured that out and have a different plan in place. Would you describe that to me?
Yeah, so actually we've actually talked about posting it in places like the Wyoming State Bar Association. There's a place called Law Crossing that you can actually specify Wyoming state licensure. So those are types of things that we're looking at doing, going around, and I thought we'd talk to our attorney and get some ideas here, get some places that we can actually focus that in a little bit better than we have on other positions.
Okay.
So that's our plan.
I think
Yes.
we advertised in the WHAM, through the WHAM organization too.
Okay.
And through, well, at one time when we belonged to the National League of Cities, we advertised through them too.
Perfect. We can definitely do that too.
Councilman Weisenberg?
One thing that stands out is, and I understand experience is needed in this position, but it says minimum, like pretty much minimum 10 years of professional experience as a practicing attorney. Sometimes I think that might be a hindrance on getting applicants to apply. I mean, I don't know what council's desire is exactly on that, but I think sometimes that might need to be looked at to be reduced also.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Smith.
to Chris's point, I think the kind of experience that professionals, well, attorneys are professionals, but the kind of experience that they bring to the table is equally important as if they have municipal law in their portfolios. I think that would be not just 10 years of professional experience, but at least 5 years of municipal work would be really great to have.
Yeah, I agree with that because, well, like with attorneys, there's some specialists there. They do a little bit of this, that, and the other. And so the 10 years, I like having somebody with a lot of experience, but I agree with Councilman Smith that there needs to be a certain degree of competency in this specific area. So,
Absolutely.
Vice Mayor Wells.
You can always advertise it as preferred. Preference will go to somebody with
Yeah.
10 years or more experience plus 5 years in municipal law.
So it's not a hard line,
Yes.
it's a preference. That makes
And
sense.
then it wouldn't deter just anybody from applying.
I
Not
agree.
just anybody. Obviously, they're going to be qualified if passed.
Good idea.
Do you feel like you have enough direction there to?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Anything else from any of the council people? All right, thank you. Would you open online voting?
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is a request for landfill waiver. I would entertain a motion. Councilman Martinez.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we, how would I make? That we give Gene Cruz a waiver, a landfill waiver fee for the demolishing of a garage and house located at 303 West Davis in Rollins.
Is there a second?
I'd second that for the purpose of discussion.
There's been a motion made and seconded to move to approve Gene Cruz's request for landfill waiver fees for the demolition of a garage and house located at 303 West Davis in Rollins. Is there any further discussion? Vice Mayor Wells.
I know on our previous ones of this nature, we set a cap at, I think it was 1,000 in previous.
I can't remember what.
I know we kind of set a standard of what we
Yeah.
would allow.
Here's my problem with the landfill waivers, and I really appreciate people that want to clean up property and that sort of thing, but one of our main goals in Rollins is beautification and getting rid of vacant and derelict buildings. And what happens is when we approve a request to waive the landfill fees, then that money, because it's the type of account it is, that we reimburse that out of our dangerous building funds, which this might be a perfect place to spend it. However, we keep giving away landfill fees and we're shooting ourselves in the foot by not having money to then address the dangerous building funds. We're giving that away. On the other hand, like I said, have mixed emotions because this might be exactly what that fund's for.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I agree with you. The one thing that I look at is that we replace the money back into the landfill through the Dangerous Building Fund. And so it seemed to me that that would be the direction we want to take. We've helped a number of people in the community, and I think it's done real well. We've had some exceptions where we clean the property and then they bring the stuff back and eventually build it up again. But in this case, I know the property real well, and I think it would be a plus to the neighborhood to get that, to help him out a little bit. And like Councilman Wells said, I think there was a cutoff amount of, and I'm thinking it was $1,000 too that we gave to help a resident.
Councilman Weisenberg?
I'm familiar with the situation too. Mr. Cruz, I appreciate you coming and asking for this help and everything, and sorry for the loss of your brother and everything with this, but I got concerns. I don't know the whole history of how many times this has been done. I don't want to set a precedent just offering money and stuff like that. But at the same time, I think if there's nothing in writing saying we've capped that, right, at 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000 or whatever the fee is, I think we need to work on setting an ordinance in place or whatever it takes to put that in place so we don't diminish that dangerous building fund, because that's supported through the sale of city property, right? And we're down to our last properties at that point in time too. So
that's the purpose of that program is to build it up and then use it in the community. I don't have a problem with the amount. I don't recall the total amount, and that's something that we can look up because it hasn't been that long that we did this. I think it was last year. I think we did one.
Well, some of the money that we've given away out of that dangerous building fund has not been used properly in my mind, because it isn't getting rid of derelict buildings and such, where in this particular case it is a building, and it is one of those buildings we want to take. So we're going to be taking money out of an account that was designed for exactly this purpose. So this particular request doesn't give me heartburn like some of them we've had in the past, that
Removing vehicles and things.
doing other things that has nothing to do with dangerous building fund. So
Honorable Mayor and Council, on Chapter 8.18 under dangerous conditions in our current code, it allows 18.8 or 8.18.030 reduction in landfill fees for abatement of dangerous conditions. And there is a cap on that of $5,000. So it's already in our municipal code. And we, in the past, have given reductions. Here recently, we gave one to the choir loft for up to $1,500. We've done one on Hugus for $1,750. So it fluctuates up to council's pleasure. So I know in our code, it's $5,000 on the cap.
thank you.
I'd like to know the amount.
I
well,
think it's in
they're requesting 3,000 to 4,000, 3 to 4. So, but I think what we can do is make an amendment or whatever to amend it to whatever amount y'all think is right. Under this circumstance where it's exactly getting rid of a dangerous building, I would have no problem with suggesting maybe 2,500 in this particular case.
Well, I'd like to know how they got the number, what's the exact amount that they think might be.
Well, it's really hard to determine. I know there's a partial crawl space underneath it, and you can see the concrete foundation on the exterior. It's 2-bedroom house. The roof is coming down on the inside. So it's really hard to pinpoint a exact cubic yard to figure out what we're going to have for tonnage going across the scale at the landfill.
Lou, I got a question. When you're talking about a concrete foundation and everything, I just want to clarify and make sure if I'm thinking correctly. Concrete is allowable for fill, right? So that could be just crushed in and filled in for fill on that property also to fill that hole when it's done. So that would reduce some of that cost.
And I know in the past, everybody's been hauling there, unless you have a rancher that wants some of it for erosion control, or taken down to mobile concrete with the pile they have there. So I really don't know if it would be allowed to be buried. I can't tell you that.
I personally could support the 2,500. I'm guessing that that's pretty much close to half of what it would cost him to do it. I don't have a problem with that at all, unless somebody has another suggestion.
You could move to amend the original motion to put that amount in there.
I would make a motion that we amend the motion to read $2,500.
I'd second that.
Any discussion on the amendment? Whenever you're ready, open online voting. I'm looking at her typing like crazy.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Durst.
I'm sorry, I'm the same way. The bar completely cuts out. We literally can't hear a thing the bar says. What, I know we were talking about putting the financial cap on it. Well, I couldn't hear what the amendment was.
The amendment was to put a $2,500 cap on it.
Okay, I can support that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so online voting is open for up to $2,500. I added in. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with the amendment of up to $2,500.
Okay, now we voted on the amendment, correct? Okay, so now we're going to vote on the main motion. Is there any discussion? Please open online voting.
The amendment would cover the motion.
Correct. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Done deal. Thank you, Gene.
Thank you, Mr. Durst.
All right, next thing on our agenda is to approve impact assistance expenditures. Let's see, here we go. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to spend $2,286,109 towards the Choke Cherry Impact Assistance money on designated projects as outlined in the attached document.
I'll second that.
Been a motion made and seconded to move to spend $2,286,109 towards the Choke Cherry Impact Assistance money on designated projects as outlined in the attached document. Is there any discussion? Sean?
Honorable Mayor and Council. Just as a quick recap, Choke Cherry is a wind farm development. It's where we get most of our impact funds. We have a few others that we want to address that we'll try and bring up at the next council meeting that have fewer smaller fund balances. But tonight we just want to focus in on the Choke Cherry. So each one of these has specific things that we can spend money on. It has to be unmitigated impacts to the community. And one of the key things that helps us to determine how we can spend this money, it's another attachment that you all have. But Choke Cherry, it shows over the next 5 years how much population increase we'll have or how many workers are going to be coming into town and into Carbon County. And then it shows that over the next 5 years. And so that gives us kind of a little bit of a roadmap to say, well, because of these extra workers during each year, we're going to have extra costs that are not normally budgeted for. And so basically with that in mind, with those 5 years in mind, and kind of projecting out some of the needs that would be unmitigated, we came up, all of the department heads initially submitted a bunch of different ideas of how we could spend this money. And then we kind of narrowed it. We actually met with them, each one individually, and we took some of the things out because it's like, no, that's something we would have paid for already. We can't supplant our own budget. It's got to be the unmitigated purposes there. So I'm gonna run through this real quick, and please know that this is council's pleasure, but it is the recommendation from staff of how we felt that we could best meet the needs of the community and also in line with Choke Cherry's rules. So just going through top to bottom, biological evidence refrigerator. And I'm not going to read the explanation on this because as you can see, every one of them, the answer is basically the same, that with increased population, it's going to require it's going to have more of an impact, and we need these items because of those additional people in our town. Portable incinerator, and if you have any questions on maybe what these are, or what we had in mind, all of our department heads are here, I believe, so feel free to ask any questions. Victim advocates, new laptop with docking stations, also having a mobile hotspot, signboard with trailer and a radar, traffic control signboards, sign flashing speed limit signs, full-size digital radar signs, flashing speed limit signs, signs when you come into town for watching for wildlife. Stop sticks is what you throw out there to puncture people's tires. A ballistic shield, just one of those. Entry kits that we can be able to get into vehicles when necessary. There's large and small kits. Additional Spillman modules, and then the GIS that goes with that. The CATS bus, we're looking at getting a newer ambulance to be able to take care of those needs in the next 5 years. LifePack and Lucas is the medical device used to monitor patients that we also need to have in the ambulance. We're looking at a work truck for facilities. The lean-to for the recycle center, which I know we all are familiar with that one. We'd like to do some upgrades to City Hall to make it more for Americans with disabilities and make it a more of a welcoming entry for us. Community development is looking at getting a truck as well. Public Works, we'd like to use some of that for the leaf screens. We just recently, the council approved those, but we'd like to utilize some of those funds towards that. Public Works also needs a truck. Bridge, I mentioned, designated some funds there, and maybe depending on how much we find out that the costs are going to be, we could use this 100,000 as like maybe a matching to get some funds there. So I wanted to plug something in there. Water line infrastructure needs, that's always ongoing, and as we know, we all need that right now. A CAT 907M loader to help with our streets. Skid steer with attachments, golf course, cart path repairs and improvements as more people are in town. Want to make sure that people are having a good experience too. ADA fixes at parks. We could spend a lot more than what's designated here in 50,000. Parks and Rec could use a work truck as well. Concrete repairs at Washington Park, concrete repairs at Thule Park. Dog park, our thoughts on this one, I know we designated, the council's designated 20,000, and we figured if we could put a bit more towards that, we could have a really, really good dog park and for that increased population as well. And then we threw this one in here too, because I have heard the community talk about this a lot, is a skate park. And I think there's lots of people that would really appreciate that in our community. And then we're looking at doing a little bit of irrigation work at Martinez Park to make that a little bit, expand the use a little bit there for visitors coming in. So that's what we have. I'm going to turn it back over to the council for your feedback, and it's council's pleasure and what you'd like us to do.
Anybody have any comments about that? Okay, hearing none, I guess open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, next thing on our agenda is city brand logo redesign. This is just for discussion. I guess I will turn it over to you, Sean.
Yes, thank you. As we are jumping into economic development efforts, this is something that I think we should really consider looking at. I know our logo is pretty, I mean, at this point it's known pretty well for the pronghorn, and it's a good logo. I like the logo. But one of the things that I think is important to consider to increase our economic development efforts is to maybe choose or consider to choose a logo and a brand that aligns with bringing in economic development. So as I said, the pronghorn is cool, but what does it bring people off I-80 because we have a pronghorn? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I put an idea in here that it was just the best idea that I've heard so far. So I've just been tossing some ideas around, but one of the things that we can deliver as a community is, and please feel free to correct me if you feel differently, but I don't view Rollins necessarily as like the destination spot, like a Yellowstone. But I do view us as hey, stop in, get refreshed, and be on your way to the next place. And so one thought could be, a brand could be refresh in Rollins. Kind of catchy. When someone sees it, they get this picture of, okay, if I come into town, there's going to be tons of food places to choose from. We have tons of hotels. A brand is something that you promise when someone comes here, and that we have to deliver every time. So they know when they come to Rollins, they're gonna get that experience that we want to provide for them every time. So again, I like the pronghorn, but I really would like to see something that's gonna bring people off I-80, and I think that's huge for economic development purposes for us. So, and I guess what I'm asking and would love for a discussion is, I'd really like to take the opportunity to engage with our community on this one, and maybe host maybe a meeting or two where we could engage the community and say, how do you view Rollins? How do you think we should get people off I-80? How, what are the community's ideas along these lines? So I'd love to hear your feedback on this, if you agree with maybe my thought process, and I'll leave it there.
I think that idea could also be engineered into that survey you're sending out to get ideas. I've been beat up a lot for saying this because Rollins is not really a destination that a lot of people would. I mean, there's things to do. There's Semino. There's just a lot of things, but we have always been a really good pit stop, and we're on the way to everywhere. I mean, that's how I see us, and but honestly, I couldn't talk my relatives into don't go to Yellowstone, stay in Rollins. I couldn't do it, but you have to go through Rollins. And when I first heard that refresh in Rollins thing, it didn't hit my ears right. But I've walked around with that in my head for about a day or so, and that's what we do. I mean, to me, that's really, really good. Now, what the logo looks like, maybe somebody drinking out of Chief's big fire hose or something. I don't know, but I don't know what the logo would look like to go along with that. But refreshing Rollins just seems really right to me.
And what's unique about Rollins? The reason we're on the map is because of our water. And we have that spring where Jeremy Rollins tried that water, and that's the whole reason is this is the best water around. Refresh in Rollins could not only be, hey, come in for pit stop, but it could be, we could have a play on water. I know it's like the worst time to say that with our water issues, but we're gonna fix them. And then maybe we have this complete fill when you come into Rollins. Maybe there's some water features throughout Rollins, like get that whole refreshed fill, and they experience that. So, and it aligns with why we're here in the first place.
Yeah, conceptually I like it. I don't know. I'll have to see what the logo looks like.
So if it's okay with the council, I'd like to maybe engage the community. Thank you for that suggestion. We can put it on the survey if there's no major opposition. And, okay.
Maybe you could incorporate, the pronghorn is kind of our thing.
Mhm.
Maybe the pronghorn could be drinking from a spring or something.
I like the fire hose.
Maybe we can get the funds from the pronghorn deer to take care of that.
Yeah.
Advertising the pronghorn, there's plenty of money in the bank. The one thing that I look at, I like what you said. And then my second thing is that in some of the communities that I've been to, they put little signs all over that say paid for with the 6 penny or paid for by the citizens of Rollins, so that they know that they paid for all these things, these new trucks that are running around and all this. And I think that would be a big push. But I like your idea. It sounds like something that catch your eye. I think it'll work.
Councilman Weissenberg?
Yeah, I want to second what Councilwoman Wells said. I like the idea of rebranding, but somehow or another, the antelope, I don't want to get rid of that. That's what has been around for years, and we start changing everything about Rollins like that. It's not what we're about, I don't believe.
Yeah, maybe it could be an incorporation of the pronghorn with some water.
Councilman Durst? Was
I
that?
just want to say that I definitely support the rebranding and the refresh as well. And I guess my opinion would be, feel free to look at doing it with a pronghorn without, whenever you feel like doing it. I understand the thoughts and opinions, but let's rebrand it and refresh it the way we want it to go. And I just like the idea, so I'm in full support.
Thank you. Anybody else before we move on? All right, thank you. Okay. Next thing on our agenda is Latino Heritage Celebration discussion.
I'll take that too. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. So the reason I put this on the agenda is I know there's been some kind of conflicts with the event, and I have a suggestion. I have an idea that I think would work for everyone. And one thing that I was a little bit confused about myself actually is I think it started off and we named it Latino Fest, and then it's turned into Latino Heritage Festival. And I'm thinking we could let the organizers that have done this event that they just barely did, they could continue to do this. This is just a community-driven event. But I'd like to basically do both. Is have the Latino Fest at the end of I'm forgetting the name, our weekly event in the summer.
Music in the Park.
Yeah, thanks. So, and then we could have that, and that can be a city-driven event for the Latino Fest. And so we could have both. And I think then that separation would kind of solve some of the issues that we had. And I think that's maybe a good solution.
I kind of agree with what you're saying. I was thinking, put it on a week after the Music in the Park, because some of the comments that I got, I didn't agree with them. They were saying, well, by having this Latino Fest, you're hurting our Music in the Park, and some of the excuses that they gave. Well, they need to remember that the public owns the Washington Park. Everybody's entitled to using it. If there's a problem, we ought to talk about it. But I didn't see it as a problem, but if they want to extend it a week ahead, I don't have a problem. I think this year they did a fairly decent job with what they had. The area was not the best place to have it. Okay, I attended it. I enjoyed the music. Whenever the train wasn't going by making some noise for $6,000 music, I don't think that the location was the right place. But having said that, I think the people that worked on it did what they had to do to try to get some people down there. My feeling is I'm trying to get people from all over the state to come here. It's the only Latino fest in the state. And I can tell you that while at a WHAM conference, Jackson Hole is going to take me to Jackson and house me for 3 days to help them get one started over there. And that has to say something for what we did. I think that promoting it is a little tougher, and I think I have some ideas as to how to promote it using the higher education, talking to some people that maybe can help me with the computers and get on their website throughout the state and say, look, we're having this Latino Fest in Rawlins, Wyoming. Come down and do it. Just maybe they'll get a motel here and stay here overnight and spend some money. But it started out as a heritage. When I first came up with the idea, I was sitting in a conference, and a lady that sat on the board of the Wyoming Heritage Foundation, I was talking to her, and she says, well, why don't you put in for a grant? This is right up my alley. This is what it's all about. And we did through the DDA, because we were celebrating the 150th year, and it was a success. We got tons of people that came from different areas of the state, and at the same time, they promoted it. It was promoted all together with the 150 years, and it worked. Then slowly, I didn't have nowhere to go, so I went through the Chamber of Commerce, and they decided they would sponsor it, and they tried, and it didn't work out quite as we should. We did get about 250 people. Then this time here, we gave her another shot, and I had some folks talk to me, and they said, well, why don't we try down by the depot? And I said, give her a shot. I don't like the idea, but I'll let you go for it and just take off. And they did, and I think they did a fairly decent job. It's just not the right location. I think we need to go back to the Washington Park so that people can see what kind of a park we got and the work that we're doing out there. We're going to add another restroom. We've talked about that, and I just think that it ought to be moved to the Washington Park, maybe a week after the music in the park, if that's a problem with somebody.
And my suggestion would be to separate the events. So if the committee that put this together on this recent one that we just had, they could continue to do that where they choose to, because it's completely community driven. And then the Latino Fest that you're talking about, we can kind of drive that one, and we can keep it up at the park. Does that make sense? I want to
think of having two fests.
Yes, that's what I'm
I don't
suggesting.
know if I mean, that's up to the city if they want to have another one. I just think one was sufficient. What we're trying to do is recognize the population in our community, 31% Hispanic. We had the first sheriff in the history of Wyoming. We had the first U.S. Marshal in the history of Wyoming, the first city attorney in the history of Wyoming, the first county treasurer in the whole history of Wyoming to sit in. We have a lot to talk about. Numerous council members, numerous buildings. Businesses that have come, restaurants that are popular all over the state. So that's what it was all about, and it was about to get the community together and get people that lived here and were born and raised here that moved away, might come back and want to talk about what Rawlins looks like and how it was years ago. And that's what my intent was, is to help the community economic wise, and at the same time be able to celebrate something that the other parts of the state don't have. I know Torrington, they got 40% Hispanic in Torrington. Let's drag some of them people down here and visit with us and talk to us and see if they'll, and do that type of work. To say that we're the first ones, we're the only one that has it. They got the Balloon Festival in Riverton. They got the Polka Festival in Rock Springs. I mean, let's come up with something original. Let's do it. And I think it'll work. I think we can make it work. That's my say.
Councilman Weisenberg?
I also attended the Latino Heritage Celebration downtown, and it was pretty busy. I'd like to know a hard number of count for what was there. I hear 500 people or so. I believe it because I seen that crowd when I was there. The thing is I understand what you're saying too, Sean. It was rebranded. It was rebranded to a Latino Heritage Celebration put on by a committee, and not just a Latino festival that was done by the chamber and sponsored through a grant produced by the city, right? When you look at all the sponsorships there at the 2021 event, all the organizations that was involved, I mean, it took a lot to get involved, a lot of sponsorship money and stuff like that. I want to say continue on with what was going on with downtown. If they want to move it to Washington Park, then move it to Washington Park, wherever that committee so decides. That's my feelings on it. Or we could have two of them, go have a Latino festival and this new rebranded Latino Heritage Celebration. That's my opinion on that.
I'd just like to say there was a nice list of volunteers, and I appreciate all the volunteers. But those were the same ones that we started when we started this program. They did the same thing, and they still can. They can just do it at the Washington Park. I didn't say they can't sell things or give things away. I didn't say they couldn't. I'm just saying we ought to have it in a nice location where people can enjoy the music and relax and visit. That's what I'm saying.
I got involved in just discussing it afterwards, and I really regret that I had COVID and couldn't go. I really wanted to. I had to miss the employees' picnic and every fun thing that came this summer. I had to miss, but I also talked to some of the people that ran it, and they expressed that it was. They did not want to take away from music in the park or have a conflict or make it look like an extension of. And my question is, why not? But I mean, if you're going to show a movie, I guess you best bet show it where they show movies and people might show up. Sturgis happens in Sturgis every year. It's not somewhere in South Dakota. And the reason it's successful is because it's in Sturgis on the same date every year, and everybody in the whole United States knows when to go. I also believe that this could turn into a huge thing. If you drive around Wyoming, and I'm from Torrington, and I mean, it's 40% if it's anything Hispanic, and I know those people would come to a really good party, if you want to put it that way, because that's what it should turn into. I think that if you're going to plan for success and you're going to be thinking of the 5,000 or 10,000 people that really could arrive here, and it's very possible that it could happen. That's a very small percentage of the number of people living in Wyoming that would be interested in this. I agree it should be at Washington Park. I've also heard, like in Bolton Park, there's a problem there because there's not enough electricity to really run a big band and such like that. To me, Washington Parks are, if it's going to be held in Washington Park or some other venue that I could go along with, I would be all for it. But it's got to be the right venue, and that Washington Park would be.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Councilman Durst.
I guess my issue with this is that it's a committee that put this together, and this was not a city event. And so, in my opinion, all of these things are valid, and it needs to go through the committee and not for us to discuss here on the floor. So I would just ask that we bring this up in a workshop and work with the committee, or else create our own event. But for us to sit here and talk about what that committee is going to do or not going to do, I find it inappropriate.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I can tell you that once I know the details, I'll know whether I'm going to support it or not. And one of the reasons that would make me support it or not is if I think it's going to be successful or not and in the right venue or not. So I don't feel out of place at all, Councilman Durst, with discussing these things. Sorry.
Well, but I'm saying that the committee is in charge of that event, not the city of Rawlins. So if the city of Rawlins wants to put on an event, put wherever you want, that's fine. But until then, this discussion should be had with the committee who's putting on that event, not just between us.
Mayor,
Councilman Smith, yes.
I would like to just support having Latino Fest in whatever manner that it comes out to be, because it's so important to this community. And I share Jabari's views on it to be a very big event. If it's done every year, it's an anticipated event. And because it does have some modicum of city support, it is very important that the council support it. And we do have a say about whether we self-fund it or not. So I think it is appropriate that we talk about it. And I do want to say that I think people have worked very, very hard over the years to, we used to have Cinco de Mayo and everybody was coming out to vote, and then they went away for a while. But when this was brought back for the 150th anniversary, this was a big hit. And it was held at Washington Park. There's plenty of places for venue, for I want to say food trucks, and the band had a shell that protects them from elements and things like that. And everybody had a great time, and I was very impressed. So I just want to say I support it, and I do agree that some of the details, it goes through a committee and stuff like that, but I think as a council, if we say we support it, that'd be wonderful, and let's just have a great event. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to share one other thing with everybody, and that is one of my first times to Rawlins. I was here to visit my brother, and they had a Fiesta Days. And I was at a church on South Side that's now a vacant lot. I remember going to that. And I remember, oh gosh, I don't know, all the girls were dressed in the beautiful dresses. The men had their, I don't even know what they're called, like Mexican tuxedo type dress, the traditional dress. There was a 40-foot table of food, little tequila, and it was a great time. And I was overwhelmed with it because I come from a place where they had a Latino club, and this was like that times 5,000. It was a really enjoyable time. I only went to one of them, and then they tore the church down. But that's what excites me, is thinking back to what that was and what could this turn into, and venue has everything to do with it. But we can just, if you want to ask me if we want to have another one or not, I'd vote yeah, but I'm not gonna, I need to know more about it. Is that fair?
Yeah, maybe we could do a work session on this, or something might help. I personally feel like this would be best if we split the event.
Maybe we ought to have a work session on music in the park, so we can discuss what we can sell there and what we can buy there. I mean, we had that discussion this year. There was some kind of a table set up where they were passing out things, and somebody got mad and said you shouldn't be passing those things out at the park. Maybe we ought to have something like that. I mean, that's okay. I think we ought to have, anytime we have a celebration, we ought to have a big work session downstairs and decide how we're going to do it. This was a simple thing that we put together. It was set up exactly like music in the park. These people drove their little vans and stuff and sold food. There was plenty of food. They came in and sold beer. The same people that were on that list this time were on that list over there. That would not change. They could still be on that list if they'd like to. I went to a committee meeting. I didn't see a lot of Hispanic people there. I was there. but not a lot. And so anyway, my thinking was not make a big issue out of this, just put it back together like we had it to start with and see what happens. And then promote it. We got to promote it a lot better. The promotion of it wasn't the best. I know they received a $2,000 grant from the Visitors Council. They got the grant from the Visitors Council. And didn't see a lot of money being spent there, but maybe I was wrong on that too. I don't know what it costs to promote, but I was thinking if they got on the website around the state and tapped into a lot of them. I was in Cheyenne asking questions about it. They didn't even know where it was at. Matter of fact, I had a resident here in town, didn't even know we had it. We got to do a better job of selling it, but I think we can make it work. But that's just my take.
Okay, anything else? All right, next thing on our, yes.
Just a little clarification from Sean. Sean, it sounds like what you want to do is distinguish the two groups, whether or not we want to do that. So I don't think we have a choice on doing that. I think we have to. Kind of like the Latino Fest, what Barry wants to do. He wants to do that kind of art. Latino Heritage wants community-driven one downtown. And from just hearing the discussion from everybody, it sounds like the one that was done this year was one of the best ones that's happened. So if that's the case, I don't think there's any discussion on whether or not we need to move that across the park. Sounds like downtown's just fine or whatever. I think we want to do the Latino Fest, like Barry just said, just like Music Park. We add an extra day to the park, and we do add a day to that full schedule that's specific. And now we'll take care of that. Keeps it on end, and then Heritage, they want to. But I just want to clarify that, Sean, is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting.
All right, any further discussion? All right, next thing on our agenda, excuse me.
You have it on the agenda. I would go ahead and make a motion that we move this festivity to the Washington Park where we started it.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I didn't hear the motion.
Motion's been made and seconded to move the Latino Fest, right? The Latino Fest back to Washington Park. Is there any discussion, Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, this was a discussion item and not up for a motion being made or voted on. Is that correct?
That's what always appears on the agenda.
Yes.
Correct. So I don't think we can be voting on a item.
And take an action.
Correct.
Okay. That's, you're correct. Thank you.
Or does it say discussion item?
On G.
I see the G there.
I just want to clarify,
Okay,
sorry.
I missed it. Okay,
I did too.
I apologize.
No worries, we're moving on. All right, so the next thing on our agenda is under H, and it's to approve a preliminary plat. Jeez, I can't. Vice Mayor Wells, you could try it.
I move to approve preliminary plat of privately owned property for the proposed Miles Addition subdivision, also known as 2409 Plaza Street. Specifically, that plat of privately owned property located in and begin a portion of the S1 2NW14 Section 15 Township 21 North, Range 87, west of 6th Principal Meridian, Carbon County, Wyoming, with the following requirements being addressed. 1A, detailed timeline explaining how and when the subdivider proposes to install install water, sewer, paving, sidewalks, drainageways, and other required improvements. 2, a statement describing the development and maintenance responsibility for any private streets, right-of-way, or open spaces. And 3, a description of the phasing and schedule of phasing for the development of final plat.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve a preliminary plat, jeez, of privately owned property for the proposed Miles Addition subdivision, also known as 2409 Plaza Street. Specifically, the plat of privately owned property located in and beginning a portion of the south half northwest quarter of Section 15, Township 21 North, Range 87, west of 6th Principal Meridian, Carbon County, Wyoming, with the following requirements being addressed. A detailed timeline explaining how and when the subdivider proposes to install water, sewer, paving, sidewalks, drainageways, and other required improvements. 2, a statement describing the development and maintenance responsibility for all private streets, right-of-ways, or open spaces. And 3, a description of the phasing and scheduling of phases for the development of the final plat. Is there any discussion? And I will refer to Lewis.
Honorable Mayor, Planning and Zoning did hear this, and it was approved conditionally with these 3 items listed on the letter that I gave you. I think we still have Mr. Smith on the phone. Are you there, Mr. Smith?
Yes, I'm here. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
And I also have, I asked Doug and Dan from WLC to come down if there was questions that were needed addressed by the survey firm. I think this is going to be a positive input for the city. I'm not at liberty to tell you what it's going to be. I don't know if Mr. Smith wants to or not, but I know it was discussed at the Planning and Zoning meeting. One thing that we, as the Planning and Zoning Board, we didn't get the signatures from the members on this. So we would ask if there's any questions with these 3 items that Doug and Dan come up, and Mr. Smith is on the phone. But if it's approved, we would take it back to Planning and Zoning, get the signature for the first meeting that we had from everybody. And then when we bring the final plat to council, then it would be in the packet at that time.
So what you're asking is if we do pass this, it would be conditional upon the approval of the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Right. All we're needing from them is the signatures on the back of the approval or the conditional approval. That's all we're needing on that end from them.
They've passed it and there's minutes backing that up. They just didn't sign it?
Correct. It's conditionally, and Councilman Weisenberg can answer questions on that if you would like.
I'm just trying to understand where,
Yeah,
what is our responsibility and where in timeline is this thing at there? So whoever can explain it best, that's fine.
This is where we had talked about earlier that we probably should make a friendly amendment to upon approval of the October minutes, because those minutes were never approved through Planning and Zoning. So that might solidify that also.
I'll make a friendly amendment to say all that. In addition to everything else I've said.
I don't know who
Did
had
you get that, Lee?
Yeah, who'd you have seconded on that?
Okay, so Vice Mayor Wells was the first and you were the second.
So I would
Okay.
second that.
All right, so with all of it.
Vice Mayor?
I would like to hear from Mr. Smith as well if.
I'm sorry, did someone
Yeah.
for me to comment? It keeps cutting out when certain people speak, so I didn't hear.
Sure. Yeah, it was asked that you that you comment or tell us what you can.
Oh, okay, sure. I'll just take a minute. I'll be brief. Would you like me to touch on those 3 items that are referenced, the conditions there that were discussed at the planning commission meeting? Would that be helpful?
Anything you can tell us would be helpful, and I realize there's probably things you can't tell us, but if you could tell us everything you could about this project, that would be great.
Oh, sure, happy to. Well, I wouldn't say the tenant name at planning commission meeting and not tell the city council, so I feel in fairness I need to let you know as well, but the tenant that we are working with on this project is Starbucks.
Oh, awesome.
So, yeah, so I've been listening to the whole meeting, and so the whole concept of the city logo changing to Refresh at Rollins, I think Starbucks would fit right in with that.
Agreed.
Sounds good.
And sorry if there's a little bit of a lag. Again, I don't know if there are some listening on Zoom that aren't muted, and that's why there's a lag. So if I don't respond immediately, I can't hear all the questions. So I'll just keep chatting here and go through those items. So item number 1 says a detailed timeline explaining how and when the subdivider proposes to install water, sewer, paving, sidewalks, drainage, and other required improvements. We plan to do that for the Starbucks property immediately. Mr. Miles, from whom we are purchasing this parcel, and you're right, Mr. Mayor, there are a lot of P's in this preliminary plat proposal for privately owned property on proposed. There's a lot of P's in there. But Mr. Miles does not have any other tenants right now, or any other companies or businesses that are have made an offer to purchase any portion of Lot 2. So we would do all of the street frontage improvements in front of the Starbucks. And then at the time Mr. Miles has interested users, he would install an access road to the east of our parcel to service Lot 2. And we discussed that at length at Planning Commission, and I've had some correspondence with Lou regarding that item as well, and that seems to be fine. So that's the timeline for us putting all of those improvements in front of Starbucks. Item number 2, a statement describing the development and maintenance responsibility for any private streets, right-of-way, or open spaces. If we do the development in the order that I just explained, right now there would not be any maintenance on a private street, because that private street would not go in until Mr. Miles has developed out the rest of Lot 2. And when he does that, then he, or the future tenant that he sells to, would be responsible to maintain that private street or right-of-way that will be located east of the Starbucks parcel, in between the Starbucks and the Taco Bell in the future. Item 3, a description of the phasing and scheduling of phases for the development of the final plat. Again, we'll do Starbucks first. The timing for Lot 2 is TBD at this point for reasons I've already mentioned. So that's a brief overview on those 3 items. I'll stop talking and happy to address any questions that anyone might have.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, just so, I mean, it's out from planning and zoning to, on the east portion of that, it is a possible concern, and it just depends on what's going to be needed to be regulated through fire codes and everything else, and access codes, stuff like that. They might end up having to develop that street, possibly just some gravel or something at that time to make a second entrance exit, just so everybody can see that picture of that too. And that's where that's number 2 is in there.
Yeah, do you mind if I comment on that? I briefly mentioned that Lou and I have corresponded, and Lou, you're there, and maybe you can speak directly to it, but email correspondence from Lou this week is that he checked with the fire code, and whoever representative is in the fire department there, and that secondary access off of the northeast corner of the Starbucks parcel that would eventually, tie into, well, right now the site plan doesn't show that. It shows the trash enclosure right there, and this is a plat discussion, not site plan, but I think it's slightly relevant to just bring it up. There was a lengthy discussion of planning commission about that, but we determined with the powers that be in the fire department that that secondary access will not be needed, just because of the proximity of the building to the street and the ability for fire trucks to adequately reach the building. So, and that's what Mr. Miles had hoped for, to not put in that 40-foot wide access drive between the Starbucks and Taco Bell until his property develops out further to the north. Lou, did I touch on that appropriately for our email exchange?
Yes, I did talk to Chief Blaine on the situation that we had there. We got a blue top in front of McDonald's, and we got another one right by the Taco Bell sign, which is going to give us adequate fire suppression. And I ran that also by Battalion Chief Robinson. So as far as the access is good. With the one, the only thing that we would be doing is paving to the radius point of that second entrance and leaving it at that.
Did you have some to add, sir?
Yes. Honorable Mayor, Councilman, Doug Boyd with WLC. I would bring just to your attention that at this point, we need to create a lot. We need to have site plan discussion after we've created one. The layout that was included in the preliminary plat was to show that a facility of the type that's being discussed could fit on the acreage that was provided. There are already utilities and paved streets accessing both lots. So I believe that we meet the requirements already. Think of it similar to an infill plat, except we can't do an infill plat because this is commercial. So we're going through a full subdivision process on it. So we do have the utilities that are required to move forward with the plat. And then the site plan, I think, would be secondary. We don't have a barn to put the horse in yet, I guess is how I would say it. So.
Okay. Infrastructure that's stored. And this pipeline there. So we do have all the infrastructure.
Yeah, it looks right.
So what's the biggest problem there is, if there was a problem?
The only thing is in the ordinance. This is water line. And that's
Gotcha.
So all the infrastructure is there.
I guess my question is, if there was something that they were gonna have to come back later on, is there something like that could pop up? Is there any, I just don't see a lot of problem there.
We're just following what the ordinance is requiring from us. Okay. And with this, I did get with the utilities foreman, and he was the one that supplied this map to me for this location of where everything was coming in. So as far as the infrastructure, when the plan does come and we do our permit fees, we'll still have our water and sewer taps in on that. So everything, like I said, everything's in place now. It's just a matter of making them taps.
And where they're gonna set it, does that sound, that sounded like that's what you were saying. We don't have a set place yet, but if we okay this area, then we'll come to you with a plan where it's gonna be. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We have to create a space for it to go in.
Okay.
I know you move.
Yeah, that's what I was going to discuss some stuff on that.
So it's right here.
Mm-hmm.
This one here, huh?
Oh, I think it'll be a perfect place for a Starbucks.
I don't see a problem.
Yeah.
I just don't want to come back later on and say we found this problem.
Right, right,
It says there's not.
right. Councilman Weisenberg?
So just so when everybody's looking at this map too, the other concern about for subdividing this lot out was the utilities that run through that lot was the gas and water, but planning and zoning worked through that and the potential builder knows that, you know, they would be responsible and liable for any damages incurred, or if there was anything that had to be dug up in the future with those lines that run through there, gas line and water line that run through there. So they know their responsibility at that point too. So I just wanted to point that out.
So is the building going to be over these lines?
No, they're going to build to the side of
Okay.
these lines. I just wanted you guys to understand and see that too.
Okay. Anything else? All right, please open online voting. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Online voting is open. Yeah. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you very much. The next thing on our agenda is a resolution. I would entertain a motion. It's under item I. Are we there?
We're there. I'm there. I'm just waiting on you.
Vice Mayor Wells?
I'm going to shoot in the dark on this one. I move to authorize the Community Development Director under the emergency resolution to immediately, without competitive bidding and expenditure of funds, to provide the demolition, safe removal, transportation, and reconstruction of structural retaining wall located at 1127 9th Street, Rollins, Wyoming.
Do I hear a second?
Second for purpose of discussion.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve and authorize the Community Development Director under the emergency resolution to immediately, without competitive bidding and expenditure of funds, to provide the demolition, safe removal, and transportation reconstruction of a structural retaining wall located at 1127 9th Street, Rollins. Is there any discussion? Vice Mayor Wells, and then
It's okay to do.
Well, you have three
We
options.
have 3 options, yes, and this is an emergency.
And one is that, you know, we can sit on our hands and do nothing. The second is that we're going to bid for the third time. Like the second time, we didn't get a bid. First time we didn't get a bid that was conforming, and it was way more than the engineer's estimate. Or we can do essentially what's a sole source, and by sole source, we're not gonna pick, Blue's not gonna go out and pick a friend to do it. Is try to get somebody to take care of the problem. You've seen the pictures on the situation. At this point, we're desperate. Yeah. It's really what it amounts to. I would not, but by doing it this way, the only thing I would caution you is I don't want staff, I don't want the council to think that that becomes the way of doing business. The statute requires that you bid, but you bid, and you now have seen the pictures, and so you have 3 options. Can you do it? Yes. Would it be the first choice? No, the first choice is the
What we've done twice.
Right.
Right.
But
Councilman Weisenberg?
So I've seen the wall, understand the situation and everything, but I know it's been there a while like this too. Do you believe, Lou, that truly waiting until next year, possibly until spring comes, we might get more companies to bid on this wall and to do this at a different price, I should say, than what it was bid the first time.
Well, it's a big project. As you said, you've seen the wall. It's not a small wall. On the backside, you're probably holding up 12 foot of fill in a neighbor's yard. And if it were me, I would want to get it done as soon as possible. I think we've waited long enough, and if I were to have kids in that backyard, I'd be knocking on Sean's door every day. That's how critical it is to me, and I'm just going by checking it every month and make sure there's no more movement on it. We did do the bid. First one was non-compliance with our requirements. Second one, we didn't get any bids. So I guess my choice is to, if we can get this passed by council, to seek someone to tackle this project, because weather, and I've said it before, weather's not on our side right now. Somebody that's going to be big enough to do this and beat the weather that we get, so we don't get none of that sloughing off on the neighbor's yard into that, because then it's going to pose problems.
And that's what I worry about moving into the colder weather now, right? And that's why I asked what you thought about the option 3, honestly, because we're already moving into colder weather. I see what you're saying. I've been by these individuals have sectioned their lawn off for their kids not to play over there, and they've lost quite a bit of it. But I just wonder, with the weather coming and everything else, if we're going to run into a problem with a contractor, because obviously they're going to have to put some walls up almost the same as what they do to form out a basement, to end up doing the retaining wall.
You're going to have to have heated concrete. You're going to have to make sure that the ground's free from frost, and you're going to have to keep that covered up. So yes, it's going to increase the price, but to wait anymore, that's.
Does that wall have to be as big as it is, as tall as it is now, and all that?
Yeah, it's got, like I said, probably 12 foot of fill on the other side. Anybody want to go for a ride with me, I'd be more than happy to take them.
I drove up and I looked at it at a kind of a distance, and I've seen the pictures, and I'm like you, that's very precarious. I wouldn't allow any family member in that backyard.
Right, it's a dangerous condition.
It is.
If we follow our code, then that hits that one right on the head.
I almost think you're going to have to build the wall taller, right, to retain that more, a certain height above that to retain it more, I think.
Vice Mayor Wells?
I support the emergency authorization. I think this needs to get done as soon as possible. I think the snow, adding weight to that is going to make
and
it's not going to get better.
Yeah.
And you can go on the other side where the lawn is, and you can put a rod down in that, probably 4 foot. So it's got a void there now, and I think with the moisture that we get, it's going to end up moving it more, and then we'd be looking at it.
Yeah, when it freezes.
Yeah, if we lose that wall, then what's that wall going to carry between both houses? Because that wall is just in bad shape as the one in the back.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I would support that, to get it done. I understand it's not the right way to do it, but we got to get it done, and I would hate to have their property damaged, because of this.
The only thing, and I'm not going to, it's not the preferable.
Yeah, preferable,
Yeah. I mean, it's legally permissible if you all determine that there really is an emergency based on the information that's been provided. But again, it's not the preferable way to do it, but.
And I would like the record to show that we have attempted twice to go out for bids. So it's not that we weren't doing our due diligence, but at this point, it's becoming an emergent situation. Yeah.
Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Councilmember Durst, do you have?
I'm sorry, what is the actual motion on the table? Because this says motion 1 or motion 2 or motion 3.
Motion 1.
Motion 1.
Motion 1 is on.
Okay, I guess, can we just make sure that the record shows that? Because what we're voting for is a or on the actual thing.
Well, that's what's written on your board docs, but the motion that was made was the option 1.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 nay, and the 1 nay was Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Good luck finding somebody.
All right, next thing on our agenda is a resolution to apply for a grant. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve a resolution authorizing submission of an Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, brownfield assessment grant for the purpose of assessing City of Rawlins potential brownfield sites to study and plan potential brownfield sites for future cleanup and development.
Let's second that.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve a resolution authorizing submission of an Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, brownfield assessment grant for the purpose of assessing City of Rawlins potential brownfield sites to study and plan potential brownfield sites for future cleanup and development. Is there any discussion? We have grant writer Andrea here. If you have questions, she will be more happy to answer them for those of you that are not in attendance. A lot of questions were answered earlier. So hearing no questions, I would open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. All right, the next thing on our agenda is another resolution for application of a grant. I would entertain a motion. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve having the City of Rawlins adopt the resolution permitting the grant writer to pursue Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, funding to finance the renovation, cleanup, and reuse of a selected city brownfield site.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve having the City of Rawlins adopt a resolution permitting the grant writer to pursue Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, funding to finance the renovation, cleanup, and reuse of a selected city brownfield site. Is there any further discussion?
I just want to make sure this is the 40,000 match, right? Of
That's
this
correct.
pretty much soft money. Okay.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Councilmember Smith, do you have a vote?
It's a yes.
Thank you. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you very much. The next thing on the agenda is another resolution to submit another grant. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the City of Rawlins to adopt a resolution permitting the grant writer to write and submit a grant to the Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart Grant Program for water and energy efficient grants to replace the wood staves and spring boxes installed in the 1900s for the City of Rollins water service delivery system with new pipes and spring boxes. I feel like I just read that. And fix the leaks in the 20 miles of pipeline from the Sage Creek Basin to the city water treatment plant to reduce spillage of water and create a new reliable water service delivery system. Adopting the resolution allowing the grant writer to write and apply for the Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart and Energy Efficient Grant for fiscal year 2022, provide for a 50% $250,000 match out of non-federal funds to meet the grant's requirements for matching funds, and utilize a $250,000 of the 10/5/2021 emergency allocation of $1,550,000 to meet the matching funds requirement.
May I interrupt for just a second? I'm sorry. We need to do a friendly amendment to take out the line, fix the 20-mile pipeline leading to the Sage Creek Basin City water treatment plant. This grant is actually only going to focus on phase 2 of the project, which would be the wood stave pipeline, as wood stave and the spring box in the Sage Creek Basin.
Okay, but first we have to have a second on the motion,
Oh, sorry.
and then we'll have an amendment to that.
Okay, we have a second.
Okay, now I'll make a friendly motion to remove.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so make it clear where are you removing from and to?
Remove to fix the leaks in the 20 miles of pipeline from the Sage Creek Basin to the city water treatment plant to reduce spillage of water and create a new reliable water service delivery system. Right?
I would only take out the part to fix the leaks in the 20-mile of pipeline from the Sage Creek Basin to the city water treatment plant.
Okay.
But I would leave in the language to reduce spillage of water and create a new reliable water service delivery system.
Okay, that.
Sorry about that. The resolution.
Councilman Smith, did you hear that friendly amendment?
Yes, and I
And, because it's so much, I don't have a.
well, I'm doing that.
Second it? Okay. All right. All right, now, here's the tricky part. There been a motion made and seconded to approve the City of Rollins to adopt a resolution permitting the grant writer to write and submit a grant to the Bureau of Reclamation Water SMART program for water and energy efficient grants to replace the wooden staves and spring boxes installed in the 1900s for the City of Rollins water service delivery system with new pipes and spring boxes. And to reduce spillage of water and create a new reliable water service delivery system, adopting the resolution allowing the grant writer to write and apply for a Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart and Energy Efficient Grant for fiscal year 2022, provide for a 50% $250,000 match out of non-federal funds to meet the grant requirements for matching funds, and utilize a $250,000 of the 10/5/2021 emergency allocation of $1,550,000 to meet the matching funds requirement. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Okay, online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is an executive session. I would entertain a motion. Yeah.
I don't know, we needed one.
I don't. Vice Mayor Wells?
I move to enter into executive session at 10:10 PM per Wyoming Statute 164405 to consider or receive any information classified as confidential by law and to consider the appointment, employment, right to practice, or dismissal of a public officer, professional person, or employee, or to hear complaints or charge brought against an employee, professional person, or officer, unless the employee, professional person, or officer requests a public hearing. The governing body may exclude from any public or private hearing during the examination of a witness any and all other witnesses in the matter being investigated. Following a hearing or executive session, the governing body may deliberate on its decision in executive session.
Second.
I'm not going to read it. There's been a motion made and seconded to go into an executive session at 10:10. All in favor? Well, all in favor. Please open online voting. I digress.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. We will retire to the basement.